one's coming this way. Better hope that you're ready for one final fight. And I hear something, it's a knock on the door. A man standing to deliver a vendetta recalls that I failed, and it's clear that my reckoning's nigh. And though I try, he won't leave me this time. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic who's finalized his hold on me. And I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself. Health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unearthed bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic who's finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, 'cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic who's finally lost his hold on me. And yeah, I wanna.
All right. Hello and welcome. David here. Day 11 of the World Chess Championship. Guys, we are approaching the back end, the business end. The most important moments of the World Chess Championship will be decided in the next few days, possibly today. Gukesh with the white pieces. Are we going to see something more dramatic, hopefully, than we saw yesterday, which, I mean, full disclosure, was not the most exhilarating game of all time. But hopefully today we can see something a little bit more exciting. That is, I think, what we're all hoping and praying for. So yeah, should be a good day. And as always, to kick things off, we have to hear what Mr. Magnus Carlsen has to say about our previous game, although I really don't anticipate that he's going to share anything that'll sort of completely shake the foundations of the earth. But it would be interesting, regardless, to see his recap of Game 10. So let's take a listen to that without any further ado. I think I did just kind of jump maybe a little bit into the interview. Let's do that anyway. We don't have to necessarily watch all of the introductions, etc. So let's go for it.
Sort of showed itself a couple of moves later that you want to be flexible on whether you want to put the pawn on c3, which is a normal sort of London setup, or to put it on c4. And I think that the thing that seems to be, well, not a recurring theme, but it seems to happen a couple of times, is that Ding actually sort of gets what he wants. I think it happened in game 2 as well, and then he doesn't try and do anything about it, which is, I mean, it's not shocking. We've talked about it before. It feels like that it drives a good result, and there weren't any like very real chances, but he doesn't seem to sort of search out positions where there's even even any faint idea of risk when he's playing the white pieces really, because it, I think in this case it was a question of will. If he wanted to play on with a very slightly better position, which is really all you can ask for in this line, then he could have.
Yeah. And it is Ding here. Is Gukesh trying in this game? Is he trying to make it a game where it's difficult to play and where there are chances to win?
I think Gukesh was just playing his preparation. Maybe he forgot his preparation as well, because here you're basically playing a Queen's Gambit declined in a decent version for White, and I'm sure he must have had something else prepared. I would be a bit surprised if this is what he actually intended. And seeing as he spent half an hour on the move knight h5 next, it could have been prep, but I somehow doubt it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will add here that for most people watching at home, the London with the bishop on d3 is by far the more natural thing, and I would generally say they shouldn't put the bishop on e2. I remember maybe last year, I was preparing for somebody who had played the move bishop to e2 in a London before, and I never saw it in my life. But I actually found that with black, it's quite annoying to sort of choose a setup. Yeah, it's just like one of these annoying things. Like what can happen is what basically happened in this game. And for me, let's say 23, 2400 rated player, especially if you play like a 2200 rated player, it's a little bit annoying. Like you have to take some more risks. So I was kind of shocked to see it at the World Championship. But I will say, and we can kind of move forward, Magnus, you can pull us back if you want, like all this knight h5 stuff, everything, bishop g5, all of this has been played before. We can go another move forward. And there was one game that I saw in the database, which was, and one more move forward right here, Melkumyan versus Šarić, and White took on f6 with the bishop. That was the imbalance that he went after. He put like queen on c2, and he played that position, and White ended up winning just because of piece activity and so on. So yeah, Ding didn't do that at all. He just traded literally everything, and I don't know. There was the only imbalance was the pawn structure. But this is, I woke up here and was like, oh, recap is going to be in like 20 minutes. It was like, that's the end of that game.
Can I ask you then a really beginner's question? What is it about this position? How do you see immediately that this is a draw? Is it the symmetry?
Yeah, I think it's as simple as that. There is just very little potential here for imbalancing the position. Having said that, Gukesh actually lost a similar game in the European Club Cup to Dmitry Andreikin just, I think a month and a half ago. Maybe that was on Ding's mind. I think that was a similar symmetrical position where Gukesh has these double pawns, but yeah, of course, against the player of considerably lower strength, you can outplay your opponent here, but as long as Black is able to complete his development with the bishop, then there's just very, very little in it. The only thing even resembling a weakness in this position is the black pawn on h7. But if he plays remotely decently, it doesn't really matter. And since there are two open files here, you'll occupy them with rooks, and by far the most likely outcome is that both rooks will be exchanged, and then yeah, it's not going to be very interesting. And as we saw, Ding didn't even really pretend. He just took the vacuum out and swept as many pieces off the board as he could, and as we could see, Gukesh duly obliged as well.
Cleaning day in the World Chess Championship match. We didn't find many good moments to send out push notifications from the Take app. So are we done talking about this game then, or is there any more moments to talk about?
I just want to add one thing. 2014, Salem Saleh the pride of the UAE, the Arabic Falcon, versus Vladimir Kramnik in the Qatar Masters tournament. Kramnik won an endgame where he had the white structure here. So he had a position where black had an isolated h-pawn and doubled f-pawns, and Kramnik managed to walk his king all the way to the h-pawn and win it. Basically the point is that if anybody could have tried to push this game, maybe it was Ding, because in the other game it was Kramnik who had the balanced structure, but he was playing black. That didn't happen. So there's a little bar trivia for the audience.
Yeah.
And you could tell that there were absolutely zero winning chances for black by the fact that even Gukesh didn't think it was worth trying. But I think we can go back a number of moves before all the pieces started getting exchanged, because that was, I wouldn't say that the game started promisingly, but still, I want to reiterate that I felt like Ding had like a little something, and Levy mentioned one possibility of taking with the bishop there. I kind of liked trading the queen on d8 there, instead of moving the knight to e4. You could have traded the queen, and there are ideas there when you can push the black knight away from h5 with g4, g5, getting a bit of space, and maybe it's all a temporary initiative, but there are some lines where you go knight to e5 and then try and capture the black bishop when it develops to d7. And claim that your bishop is a little bit better than the knight. Like, this is not like a complete nothing position. Apart from that, a thematic idea in the Queen's Gambit, if Ding wanted to make the game considerably less balanced, is that he could have ignored the attack on his bishop on f4. He could have made a move like queen to e2. And later with the knight on h5. He could have ignored the attack on like queen to e2, accepted the fact that black captures on f4, and white does have some initiative there with the rook coming to the d file. You can use the e4 square maybe for your queen, looking at ideas like knight g5 attacking, or f5 opening up the position there as well. And yes, of course, black has some longer term trumps with nominally better pawn structure and a bishop pair, but for the moment white is better developed and the black bishop is not yet into the game. I don't think white is necessarily objectively better, but if you really wanted to win this game, then that was one game one thing you could have looked at. But honestly, like this sequence of bishop g5 and then knight e4 taking f6, it's understandable. It's just a bit sad, and yeah, incredibly uninteresting.
Yeah, I have to agree with Magnus. I think a lot of us were feeling that yesterday, getting a couple of hours into the game and just realizing that, this was just not going anywhere. So hopefully today we can remedy that situation, get some excitement over the board. But before we jump into the action, we should see coverage of the players entering in about 10 minutes. Let's take a look at Reddit. Always good to check out the front page of Reddit before we kick things off and see what's happening in the world of chess. This post doesn't have to do with the World Chess Championship, but Caruana lost to Alexander Donchenko in the final round and only manages to share first in the St. Louis Masters. So I imagine that Caruana is going to be quite upset about that, since he did have an outright lead and basically only needed to draw. So losing to someone who is nearly 200 points lower than him in the final round probably was quite irritating for Caruana. But I'm not sure who he shares with. I guess Donchenko also ended on 6.5, so he had a pretty exceptional performance. Moving on, we have this graph of the World Chess Champions simulations that account for tiebreaks. And basically what it's saying is it's officially a coin flip. Ding Liren has an 85% chance of winning the match if it goes to tiebreaks. And that, I think, is one reason why we're seeing this. We can actually jump over to Polymarket now. We're seeing this significantly higher evaluation of Ding's chances than what we saw before the World Chess Championship started. So 43% now, was sitting on 45, 46%, but yeah, just about a 50-50 situation because of the fact that we're much closer to arriving at tiebreaks. And if we do arrive at tiebreaks, then apparently Ding Liren has the advantage. But if we don't, then we're going to be favoring Gukesh. And I think today will be a very, very important day in terms of deciding what direction things head in. And remember, if Gukesh does win today, the next couple of days are going to be very, very exciting because then Ding is going to be the one who is really going for it and vice versa. So basically just one win away from seeing a lot of excitement in the remaining days. Anashgiri, if you don't have the patience to sit through an occasional boring London, then maybe chess is not for you. That's completely fair enough. It is going to happen from time to time. And yeah, especially in the World Chess Championship, you can't have every single game being absolute bangers, one after the other. So yeah, you're going to have some games that are maybe not super remarkable, but hopefully today is not one of those days. Unpopular opinion. The World Classical Championship should only be decided by classical games. I imagine this is referring to the fact that the tiebreakers are not classical time controls in the World Chess Championship. They go on to say, we already have the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, don't we? Just like the World Rapid and Blitz Champion is determined by Rapid and Blitz games, the World Classical Champion should be decided strictly by classical games. I think I understand what this person is saying, but in practical terms, the issue is that we need a way of being able to decide who's going to win that doesn't stretch out into, 30, 40, 50 games, which are all draws, when you're just waiting for your opponent to kind of blink. And to avoid this kind of situation, which I think we've had in the past, where, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, one of the oldest world championships, I mean, it literally went on for something like 30 or 40 classical games and eventually was abandoned. So this kind of situation where people kind of get stuck in these ruts and they're not taking risks, that's more of the issue that needs to be solved. But unfortunately, I agree it's kind of a bad compromise, but it is the only compromise that they seem to be interested in using, is to decide things with shorter time controls where people are more likely to make mistakes. So yeah. Irritating, but Kramnik also has a very, very interesting comments on the World Chess Championship and the structure, which I really, really like. So he says this. I mean, I'm not the hugest Kramnik fan, but this actually made a lot of sense to me. I already offered a simple solution several years ago, how to avoid such situations like today and make any World Championship match a priori more entertaining, effective, and simple. Make tiebreaks on the first playing day of the World Championship match. Makes the situation when a draw is fine for both players impossible. Someone always behind and must risk. And I think this actually is such an inspired idea by Kramnik. Basically saying, let's do the tiebreakers first. And if we get the tiebreakers out of the way, then as we get deeper into the tournament, you basically know that if the score is tied, one person is already going to win because they've won the tiebreaker. And that information will put pressure on the other person to play a more risky brand of chess, because of the fact that they know they cannot just draw because they will lose if it goes to an equal score. And the dynamic is much more fertile when it comes to being able to get decisive results and for the players to play for a win. So I think that would be very cool. And Hidragaru, welcome to you. Says, how about if the World Championship ties after 14 rounds, the reigning champ stays champ? And I think that's another actually really good idea. Anything that creates an imbalance, right, where one person is kind of required to go for it. That could be another way where, yeah, the reigning championship. And I think at some point it has actually been the case that if there was a a tie in the past, that would be the result. So there are probably many solutions, but one thing is for sure, what's happening right now and the decisions they're making right now are not really working, especially when we see games like we saw yesterday. But a reminder in our next post, were all the top players this negative during Magnus and Fabi's 14 draw match? So it's important to remember that Magnus and Fabi drew 14 times in a row. And they're going to say, just seems like a lot of commentary is that it's been boring, no tension. Was the Fabi match subjected to the same criticisms? Were those games sharper with a lot of back and forth swings? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked at those games between Magnus and Fabi recently, but I think one of the issues is that those may have been draws, but perhaps because of the fact that Magnus was playing, he's less subject to criticism because he was the best, like kind of inarguably the best player in the world. Because of the fact that he's not playing and he's on the outside criticizing, everyone's listening to his opinion a lot. And Magnus is naturally quite critical. So I think a lot of the wave of criticism has actually started with Magnus, to be honest. And I think the dynamic of him not being in the World Chess Championship is inevitably going to have this kind of effect where if he's adding commentary, it's going to be quite critical, just because of the fact that, you know, he's critical of others, but he's also very critical of himself. I think that's what makes him such a good player. So I think that might be one of the reasons that, of course, in that match between Magnus and Fabi, he was actually a part of it. And now that he's on the outside, he seems to be sort of a bit more critical. Here we go. Shivam Shah says, Dingpool versus Gukesh. I know, I was trying to make it work. I was trying to get the second part of that happening. So let's take a look at our thumbnail. There we go. Dingpool versus Gukesh. I was very happy. I had to do quite a little bit of sort of Photoshop type work on Ding to make sure that he had the same scars. But yeah, the payoff, I mean, it's huge. So I had quite a bit of fun yesterday. Thanks, Shivam, for mentioning that. And yeah, so back to Reddit. We've got a couple more posts. This was a funny one. Someone obviously posted some like chess game in an advert, apparently. And yeah, this almost looks like some kind of AI generated situation, but whoever's playing is looking at the board sort of crossways, which is ridiculous. A lot of the people who put up these kind of adverts actually have no idea what they're doing. And not to mention the way that the pieces are placed are completely nonsensical. Yeah. And it seems to me that like the pawn on, what is that, G7, which is also a bishop, it's kind of merged with two pieces. Very strange. Yeah, so it's always fun to see these kind of things where AI really doesn't know exactly what's going on. Next, oh, the last post that I looked at, no evaluation analysis going on in the press conference today. Apparently they had some serious issues with the engine where the engine depth was like 5 moves or something. And yeah, the result was that the analysis bar was like jumping up and down every time the players were making a move. So they were like, okay, we've had enough of that. Let's just do analysis without the bar, which is fair enough. And yeah, that's a wrap from Reddit. Pretty exciting. We are very, very close to kicking things off. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure Morris Ashley and Ding Gukesh will arrive shortly. Just a little bit of a reminder in terms of openings. Gukesh with the white pieces, what have we seen from him so far? We've seen the French, both the exchange variation, as well as the Steinitz variation, which is characterized by this knight to c3, knight to f6, and the pawn push, e5. So 2 French defense when Gukesh has opted to start off with 1 e4. Also seen the Queen's Gambit declined, exchange variation, which looks a little bit like this. And then what did we have? Yeah, we just had this exchange in the center. And apart from that, we also had a Grunfeld. So that was the moment that Gukesh really surprised Ding with a special move. Let me just see if I can set it up from memory. I might make a mistake here, but we can try. I think the move order is probably going to be a little bit dodgy. Castles, castles. Yes, this is it. And then the exciting move here that Gukesh played was rook to e1, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, this was the moment that he deviated. And this was basically the exciting novelty that he injected into that Grunfeld. And then apart from that, what was the last few games that we've seen? Okay, he also played a Catalan. That was the previous one, which also had G3 in this kind of setup on the board. So basically, out of the games that we've seen so far, quite a few of them have maybe not started with D4, but ended up with having this Queen's Pawn opening on the board. And I guess the question is for Gukesh today, does he have something exciting, something different in store? And in order to answer that question, I think it's worth also looking very quickly at Gukesh's database and his database of moves played. If I can pull it up. I did do this yesterday with Ding, and I thought it would be relevant today. I'll just pull it up real quick. So here we have a bit of a summary of the moves that Gukesh likes to play with the white pieces. 1 d4 260 times, so that's his favorite go-to. Knight to f3. e4 just 158 times. So that is his third favorite, but still used pretty frequently. c4, the English opening, just used 50 times. And b3 only twice. Very surprising if we see 1 b3. Unlikely. The players have arrived. Let's jump into the live footage of the players coming in. Gukesh there first. Now we're just waiting on Ding to arrive, and I'm sure Morris Ashley will follow them shortly. And get the dignitaries in, making the honorary first move. All of that jazz is going to happen. And let's see if Ding is just around the corner. I thought I saw him. No. So, yeah, I guess I was right yesterday. I guessed 1 d4 for Ding. And today I'm going to say... Okay, no, I think I'm going to go knight to f3. Or maybe in English. Maybe it's either c4 or knight to f3. All right, we do have the players shaking hands. There we go. The important handshake, very critical. And just arranging their pieces. Should hear from Morris Ashley shortly. Let's take a listen to what he has to say today.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa, here in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce...
Apologies, I think there's some kind of echo coming in from the source. I'll leave the volume up, but I'm pretty sure it's not me.
The challenger from India, Gukesh Damaraju.
Woo! Let's go, Gukesh. Ayo.
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren.
Hey, Ding. Let's go.
We are in game 11. The match is currently tied at 5 points apiece, with just 4 games, including today's, remaining. And we have to make the first moves, 2 absolute legends and trailblazers of Asian chess. First, he has been a trailblazer for Asian chess for half a century, achieving a number of continental milestones, including being the first Grandmaster from Asia, the first Asian to defeat a reigning world champion, and the first to reach the candidate stage of the World Championship. A member of the Philippine Olympia team a record 23 times. He has won 3 individual medals on board 1. He also won a bronze medal at board 3 in Baku 2016 at the age of 64. Please welcome Grandmaster Eugene Torre. And our next first mover. At 14 years, 6 months, and 2 days old, she became the youngest female ever to hold the title of Grand Master. She also became the youngest female ever to win the Women's World Chess Championship at the age of 16. She's the second highest rated female player of all time and one of only 3 women in history to ever be rated among the world's top 100 players. Please welcome former Women's World Champion and Grandmaster Hu Yifan. And with that, let the game begin.
All right, folks, we are up and running. We do have some moves on the board. Let's take a look. Hey, knight to f3 on the board. Okay, so I did say c4 or knight to f3, so... Oh, Mark's in the chat again. I bet it's not a draw because I'm not betting for once, lol. Oh, man. Yeah. How often is that the case, right? Murphy's Law. Great to have you in the chat. All right. Whoa. So we actually, I guess, kind of transpose into this weird English situation with c4 first. It's kind of like almost a bit of a premature... Why is this not... Sorry, hold on. Let me just get this situation happening with the analysis board. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we have this situation where we're kind of challenging for the center. This is actually quite typical of the Reti Gambit. If you capture d takes c, you have queen to a4 check, can pick up the pawn immediately, but typically there are better moves. So for example, takes, I mean, you can play queen to a4 right now, but most people start off with e3, and it becomes very sort of structurally dangerous to try and hold on to that c4 pawn long term, even though it is possible sort of to defend it temporarily, but then I think white starts to get some ideas about trying to challenge by playing a move like b3 or a4. So yeah, coming as a little bit of a surprise. c4, not the most common follow-up to d5. Actually, it's not the most common, it's the second most common. g3 is very popular here. d4 is very popular. c4 is third most popular. What on earth is that? Did that actually happen? What? Did he just play b4? I've never seen this in my life. Okay, maybe I just know nothing about openings. Let's just take a look here. 1,500 games. Okay. So not, and now 353 games. Okay, this is something else. I don't think I've ever seen this opening in my life before. I didn't even realize a move like b4 is possible after c4. It just looks insane. That is very surprising. And it's also surprising that the players are playing as quickly as they have been these last few moves. A position that no doubt both of them have spent time preparing. But b4 is a very exciting move from Gukesh. And I think after e3, this reminds me a little bit of some positions that you find in the Benoni, except it's kind of reversed, where you're playing for black's perspective. And there's this vague threat that isn't very real of playing like d3. D3 is pretty terrible because of moves like queen to b3. And I guess you can defend with bishop to f5 temporarily, but yeah, it feels like you're basically at some point going to be giving up this pawn. But how exactly? I think after bishop. Okay, so let's say I'll just play queen to b3, and then maybe if you'd like to defend, then I can actually just play knight to e5. Then I have a triple attack, and you're not going to be able to hold on to this pawn. Yeah, so it's basically like giving up a pawn. And it's a very, very similar line with the Benoni when you're playing with the black pieces. It's literally a reverse Benoni, says Shivam Shah. Man, I want to cry. Why couldn't they have played this opening last night? Yeah. Hey, listen, it still could be a draw. I mean, but one thing I will say about this position, remember yesterday we were saying the line that they ended with, it was like 18% draw for black, 18% for white, and then the rest was, yeah, 18% win for black and for white, and the rest was a draw. Now we have a situation where there's only a 22% chance of a draw. So this is a very high risk, high reward type strategy that Gukesh is employing. 39% of the time white wins, 22% of the time there's a draw, and 40% of the time black wins. So this is definitely the moment that I think Gukesh has said, okay, it's now or never. As we were looking at earlier, if we get to tie breaks, what do the bookmakers say? They say that Ding is going to have an 85% chance of winning at tie breaks. It's hard to fully evaluate if that's true. But here, Gukesh is maybe factoring that in, saying, maybe I'm not the favorite in tiebreaks. I need to do something special today. Just a few games left before we are finished with the regulation classical games. And maybe today is the moment that I need to do something super special. And it seems that Ding is already at this early point, just move 4, deep in thought. And that does not surprise me. This is pretty unexpected. B4 is pretty unexpected. Okay, so of the 240 odd games that have reached this position before, 123 of them just respond with D takes E3. D takes E3, but now F takes E3. And you can see part of the idea in this situation, which is similar in the Benoni, where if you do capture, you're opening up the F file. And white is going to be able to castle and have all of the power of the rook on F1 kind of staring across the board. And that's going to be a long-term strength for white. So I'm not sure, even though that is the most commonly played move, I'm not sure I'd be very comfortable playing that. Other moves include F6. You can even play F6 now, which, I mean, F6, okay, actually the engine hates F6, but it is the second most popular move that's reached this position. So that is very surprising that so many people just think, oh, F6 is fine. And I guess part of the reason is that this knight jumping into E5 is a little bit of an irritation. And controlling the squares that this knight can move to, I think is, yeah, it's a reasonable idea. But the engine in this position thinks that D takes C is 5, knight to F6 is 5, also, is fine as well. Knight to F6 is probably a more natural move. And then B5, you can just push this pawn. Play G6. And yeah, I think in this position, what Ding would be aiming for is to say, okay, I'm going to put my bishop on G7. And I'm going to kind of point out a weakness that has emerged out of this early pawn push. And that is the fact that your dark squares are somewhat vulnerable. So, all right, we can play bishop to B2 and then bishop to G7. With both black and white trying to take control of the A1 H8 diagonal. And yeah, I guess things can progress from here. E takes D would be the best move. Takes, takes. And I guess you can capture in the center now. So you're just going down a pawn, but in compensation for that, I guess there are some long-term structural issues that white has to deal with, but this is kind of important to deal with first. So let's not put the bishop on G7. Let's play E5 first, firming up the center. And then you can even capture, because of course this pawn on E5 is hanging, but now bishop to G7. Bishop to E2. This is actually quite weird. Castles, castles. And you've given up that pawn. But I guess white has to be very careful. But I don't know. It's actually a kind of a weird position. This. All right, now I'm starting to understand why Ding is spending as much time as he is. Let's start off, instead of knight to f6, what about c takes b4? Let's try this. Okay, so then we do, if we want, we can play queen to a4 immediately. To similar effect if we had, for example, the c4 pawn being captured. But better is to start with e takes d. e6, okay. e6 and then maybe at what point are you going to be playing queen to a4? I guess you don't have to immediately. You can kind of leave this pawn. a3 even, you can even play a3. Queen to a4, knight to c6. And then I was thinking of, oh, maybe we need to do something to prepare d5. So how can we prepare d5? Because that would be quite useful. Yeah, and I think the issue with this position is that white is just really poorly developed. And that's fine because it's still early days, but you actually need to prioritize piece development before you go doing anything too crazy. All right, we have some votes in. Who will win today? Dingpool, Gukesh, Areen, or it's going to be a draw? Obviously alluding to our thumbnail today, which I hope you guys enjoyed. There it is. Dingpool versus Gukesh. I had a lot of fun putting that thumbnail together last night. And I've got a feeling that today's game, guys, is going to be an exciting one. I think we're in for an absolute doozy, as they say in the UK. It's not really a word that you hear all that much of in South Africa. But probably a good word to describe what we're going to see. Yeah, this is tricky. There's already a lot to calculate. And what I'm surprised at is how quickly Gukesh, how quickly Ding responded with c5, but then was kind of caught off guard after Gukesh played e3. Suggesting that he's kind of familiar with, well, I'm sure he's pretty familiar with the ins and outs of the situation, but e3 maybe caught him off guard. And if we go back to the games that have reached this position, where the pawn comes to c5 for black, the natural next move is bishop to b2. And I guess the idea with bishop to b2 is if you capture on b4, then the d4 pawn is hanging. And you can kind of just more or less ignore whatever black decides to go with. Black's just going to develop naturally. The second most popular move is e3. So surely e3 can't come too much as a shock to Ding. But it appears that from the time he's taking, this could be a little bit of a surprise. And again, we have a situation where you can just tell from the body language of the players. Gukesh looking very, very comfortable. Ding kind of poring over the board. Trying to figure out what his next move should be with the black pieces. And it would also not be very surprising if we saw another situation where Gukesh just blitzes out a response regardless of what Ding does, because of the fact that he very clearly has prepared this exact line of the reti. The full name for this, by the way, for those of you who are interested, it's like a real mouthful. Reti opening. It's the Reti Gambit declared advanced reverse Blumenfeld Gambit. So that's a real mouthful. Okay, so what are the other options if you're faced with e3? What we can do is we can look at all of the moves that have been played. So we looked at D takes E, which I wouldn't really want to play if I was playing with black. Just because of the fact that even though the engine's like, oh, it's fine, it just feels a little irritating after white gets a chance to castle and the rook is on f1. No top player games in this position. Really? Is that so? So of these 240 games, nothing at the highest level? Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess that maybe doesn't surprise me as much. There's obviously something to play for here. So D takes E, we looked at. F6, kind of a surprising move, but the engine really doesn't like this all that much. And I think maybe this is an indication of the fact that this position hasn't been reached by players at the highest level because of the fact that F6, which is a very natural move, is actually not the engine move, whereas you'd expect if this was being played by like super grandmasters that out of the opening, especially past move 4 or 5, they'd still be playing a lot of engine lines. Just almost as insurance, because I think part of the problem with these positions is that very, very often natural moves that appear like to be very natural, like for example F6, where you're like, okay, cool, I'm controlling the squares of the knight. Maybe part of the plan is also, I mean, I wonder if a move like F6 actually sets up D3 being possible. So let's just do something really stupid. Let's play like H3. And now, is it possible to actually push this pawn? Probably not. Because yeah, I was thinking queen to B3, fine. But now the difference is that after you defend with, you defend that pawn, B takes C. Okay, you can capture this pawn. And then it becomes problematic. The issue here, I was thinking, well, I can't attack this pawn 3 times because of the fact that you've played F6, so I can no longer play knight to E5. I wonder even if you can play something very, very slow. King to D1 and then knight to E1. But I guess in that time it's possible that black can play knight to C6. But the other issue is that you're down a pawn. And you have to keep that in mind. Even start off with E5. Oh, E5 actually looks quite unpleasant. But then bishop to A3. Okay, so you're holding on to this pawn. Can you not just push now? Now this is looking very unpleasant. Huh. It's a surprise. We're here. Queen takes B. Oh, of course. B7 is hanging. That's the whole issue. So we have to make a queen move first, maybe? Queen to D7. Yeah. Okay, so queen to D7 makes sense. And now knight to C3. Knight to A6. Okay. Knight to H4 is... Oh, sorry. Knight to H4 is devastating, apparently. Ah. Okay, let's play G6. Knight takes F5. Queen... not queen. G takes... And that's insane. Gukesh is up a pawn, but this is like +3 for white. Even though you have this crazy pawn chain. Ah, and it's because you want to break down this pawn chain. And I guess the light square bishop is going to get into the game at some point too. I would never play F6. I don't like that structure. Yeah, F6 is... I mean, it's one of those moves that like you're basically told that since you're very young, you know, when you first start playing chess, moves like F6 are only played in exceptional circumstances. Because of the fact that it creates some key weaknesses around black's king, some key long-term weaknesses. So yeah, generally F6 is a bad idea. Just creating too many holes on the light squares. What else can you play here? All right, G6. Let's take a look at G6. All right, G6, B takes C5. And then knight to C6, fine. E takes D. Knight takes D4. And then bishop to B2. And bishop to G7, okay. Knight takes D4. bishop takes d4, and then what? Bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, and then knight to c3, I imagine? Yeah. So here we have a situation where white is up a pawn, but it's not really that significant because of the fact that the c5 pawn is on pre. I would be very surprised if we saw this. I think Gukesh has something really special planned. And I think Ding kind of knows that. He knows that he has to be very, very careful and precise with what he does next. Because of the fact that he's just walked directly into some very, very unusual territory. But yeah, this is exciting. I would say this game is about 17 times more exciting than yesterday's game. So basically, if we look at the options that are available, so many of these games yield some kind of decisive outcome. It's even more risky than the Sicilian, which is pretty incredible. And this is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for something really kind of out there. Okay, knight to f6. Go b5, queen to c7, e takes d, c takes d, and the problem here, which is quite incredible, queen to e5 check. So if you take that pawn, but then I was thinking I just have knight. Oh, of course I don't have knight to e2 because of the fact that it loses to rook. Queen takes the rook on a1. Okay, so what do we do? Actually, just play knight to e2. Queen takes a1. Then knight b to c3. Yeah, this is just blunder territory. So important thing just to illustrate here. If we get something like this, knight to f6, b5, and then what was the queen to c7? Takes, knight takes, falls into this trap, which you have to keep an eye out for. The real one is here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the real one. Woo! Let's go. Man, you really arrived for a cracking game. All of the boredom of yesterday, it's out the window. It's not a thing anymore. Today, we have a very exciting game on our hands, and I will just quickly run through the opening if you're just arriving. We started off with a reti. Okay, nothing too crazy. c4's not the most commonly played move, but not surprising either. Black chooses to advance forward and plays d4 very quickly. And I think maybe if we look at this position, how often is d4 played? Okay, so also it's the third most commonly played. Far more c6, just supporting that pawn. e6 also kind of doing a similar thing. And 4,000 of the 24,000 games on file, we have d4. After d4, b4 is the most common continuation. But now we've gone from, 4,000 games to just 1,000 games, 1,500 games. After this, what did we have? Oh, we had c5 and then we had e3. And now just 247 games reaching this position with a very, very low draw ratio, meaning that 20% of the time this position yields a draw. 43% time it's a win for white, and 37% of the time it's a win for black. And the opening name, Reti, which we already knew, but it's the Reti Gambit Declined Advance Reverse Blumenfeld Gambit. A real mouthful. And I can very safely say I've never ever seen this opening or played this opening in my life before. Let me know in the chat if you guys have have any experience with this opening. But for the time being, we can also just use the database and the engine as a little bit of a guide in terms of what the options are for black and for white. But clearly, Ding with the black pieces really uncertain considering how much time he's taken. And he has to be very careful here because it's possible that Gukesh has something really dangerous in mind in terms of his preparation. Gukesh E2, what is that? Oh, E3, yeah, E3. So we were discussing at the start of the stream how this is quite sort of reminiscent of a Benoni. And I've actually played this. I'm going to just show you what that looks like and you can get a bit of an idea. It's quite interesting. Benoni plays C5. And I'm trying to remember what the setup is. Okay, so D5. I usually... Oh, no, it's not... What is it? I end up playing this kind of situation where you advance the pawn. Oh, no. So we play... What is it? Okay, so D5. No, this just kind of leads to a Smith-Mara. I'll find the position since I play it so often with the black pieces, but I'll circle back to it later. But let's just keep an eye on the game for now. I have so many games where I play this Benoni, but I never ever play it from white's perspective, so I don't remember the key moves. But let me go to my archive and I'll find one that I've played recently. Oh, this is actually quite cool. I think I can even search for the specific opening. Is that right? Advanced. Yes, that's so cool. All right, let's take a look. Benoni. And then I can just search winner. Oh, this is actually nice. This is a game that I won for once. Let's take a look. Oh, but I exchanged here. Yeah, so basically it's kind of almost the same kind of setup that you get from the French Sicilian. But then white has to kind of play ball in order for it to be a Benoni. But yeah, the key move is kind of a similar idea where you're challenging the center with the E3 pawn, and it feels like there might be the risk of black pushing D3 and just kind of closing off any possible development of the bishop. But then you have queen to B3 with a double attack on D3. For example, queen to B3, and there are some long-term issues around holding on to this. Not even long-term, like it feels like you're going to lose this pawn pretty quickly. So one of the ideas is maybe to start off with F3, just limiting the movement of this knight. But as someone already mentioned, F6, limiting the movement of the knight on F3. But as someone already mentioned, this creates also issues with the light squares. And considering you have a light square bishop, you have to be very, very careful in terms of making these kind of moves, especially when you haven't developed out of the opening. Itachi says, OMG, what a thumbnail pick. Thank you so much for your appreciation of my thumbnails. I get by far the most comments when people first join the stream. They're like, oh my gosh, the thumbnail is insane. That was the idea. Today we have Dingpool versus Gukesh as Wolverine. I'm really reaching the limit of what I can do with the thumbnails. It's day 11, so I've basically like looked at every single possible rivalry. The only thing I was thinking that I could do is also tennis players. I know Gukesh is a huge tennis fan, so I was thinking of like Roger Federer versus Nadal and then doing a face swap thing. How about D takes C3? Okay. Yeah, so D takes C3, by the way, is the top engine move. Only reason that I would feel a little bit uncomfortable playing this is... Okay, so then C takes B. And the problem here is just like, white is going to have pretty good control of the center when they play d4. And also bishop to e2 and castles. We're going to have the open f-file with the rook and relatively decent king safety. And I think even though the engine's like, oh yeah, this is fine, you can defend against this, it just, in practical terms, it feels like white is doing fine. And I think that's the exact reason why Gukesh has gone for this opening. Then change of queens. Yeah, but you don't want to take with the d pawn. If you take with the d pawn, this can't be good for white. The only reason why this position is kind of actually more than playable for white is because you have to take with the pawn on f2, I think. If you are just joining us, we have spent roughly half an hour waiting on Ding to figure out what his next move is. We are very, very early on in this game. Just move 4. And Ding Liren has spent 25% of his allotted time in order to get to 40 moves. And he's only on move 4. And I think this should give us a little bit of an inkling into the situation as it stands so far, that Gukesh has really surprised him out of the opening. Ding probably knows there's plenty of chances for black in this position, but you do have to play very precisely the next few moves. And it's always scary when you, I mean, look at black's pieces. Not a single one of the minor pieces, or really any non-pawn piece, has been developed. I mean, of course, it's still very early days out of the opening, but usually if you think of like sort of basic principles, develop your pieces, get your king safe by castling, taking control of the center, all of those things are sort of priorities out of the opening. But in a situation like this, sometimes these kind of basic principles fly out the window. If I take e3 after d takes e, then the king side looks a little weakened. Yeah, that is the downside. After d takes e3, so you want to take this way, but then yeah, there's gonna be a trade of queens. I don't think Gukesh is gonna go for this. So, but did you mean that if I take with the f pawn, then there's some weaknesses on the king side? That is true. That's definitely true. But there's compensation. All right, we're about to see a move. Let's take a look at what Ding decides to respond with the black pieces. This is a very, very important moment, guys. This is a very, very important moment. I'll continue that thought in a sec after we see Ding make a move. Oh, wait, no. Has he made a move? Hold on. No, he hasn't. Sorry. I don't know why I thought he had made a move. Maybe he has. Hold on. No, he hasn't. Sorry. So finishing that thought, yeah, so d takes, f takes. The idea, you're not wrong. There is a little bit more of a weakness on the dark squares, and at some point, for example, if you start pushing this d pawn, the e3 pawn becomes weak. The dark squares have the potential to become weaker, especially with the king if you castle. Not having that f2 pawn, it's not ideal, but it offers a lot of counterplay because of the fact that the rook on f1 is staring at the weakest, one of the weakest pawns on the board, and that's the f7 pawn. And also the risks, the short-term risks associated with capturing with the f-pawn are really insignificant. Black is not developed at all, right? So black's completely behind in terms of developing. Obviously, white still needs to develop too, but white is a little bit closer to getting some momentum. Also, a lot of natural moves, for example, bishop to b2, knight to c3. And we kind of have a similar situation almost where we had with the Grunfeld, or the Catlan, where we have, say, for example, you take and almost leave this pawn indefinitely and just forget about capturing back and just take control of the center now by playing a move like d4. But yeah, this is, out of all of the games that we've seen so far, has the potential for real game-winning, game-losing risks that both players are going to be very aware of. 9 votes in so far. Be sure to let me know who you think is going to win today. Is it going to be Dingpool or Gukesh Areen or a draw? Those are your 3 options. Has been a very, very exciting game thus far. Even though we've spent half an hour waiting for Ding to make move 4. You definitely got a feel for him. He is in a very, very tricky spot here. And he's doing the classic, slightly uncomfortable Ding, rocking on his chair. A little bit of a head shake there. He's not in the happiest space. It's very clear that Ding is out of his comfort zone. Down to an hour and 24 minutes, less than. There is a little bit of a lag between the live feed and the moves that appear on the board. So if you are wondering, that's why. So let's play out the engine's line with takes. So D takes E, F takes E, and then C takes B, D4 immediately. And this is what I was talking about. We want to strike in the center. Is it possible to recapture this pawn? Yes, you can play queen to A4 with check. And then I guess after, maybe it's even better to start off with this check, knight to C6, and now D4. But now bishop to D7, and you just a tempo too late. So the engine just says, okay, let's start off with D4. Let's first play D4. Knight to F6 is going to be played anyway. And then bishop to B2. We can just ignore this pawn. The B4 pawn is not really that important. And I guess the reason for that is you have such great control of the center. You're also going to have a lot of very easy moves to play. This is like the whole definition of a gambit, where you give up material so that you can gain some kind of positional advantage. Bishop to D3, castles, a lot of really straightforward moves that white can play. And black, on the other hand, okay, you're up a pawn, but I mean, it's difficult to hold on to this pawn, and very importantly, you're behind in development. So that isn't the engine's top move, though. So if we play D4 here, okay, no, it is knight to F6, and that's so interesting. The engine, oh, sorry, knight to C6, knight to F6. This is the better option. That makes more sense. And now bishop to D3. Okay, so we get the bishop on D3, bishop to G4, fine, and then castles is okay. Knight B to D2 is okay. Let's try castles first. E6. And queen to A4 check now. If you play knight to C6 now, you still can't push D4 because of the fact it's being attacked like a billion times. But I guess you can play, can you play knight to E5 here? Yes, you should play knight to E5. This is a little bit of an irritation. And now it appears that this pawn is definitely going to fall. Okay, bishop to E7, and then I guess, can we just capture takes? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. How cool is this? In this line, you can actually not, you don't have to capture back. You can first start off with queen to d7. And there's this irritating pin that you have to deal with. Also, the fact that black has played e6 is still guarding. Yeah, this is a little tricky. Okay, a3. Even play b3. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. c5. I guess you can also just capture on b3 and then b takes. Wow, b takes, not queen takes. It's b takes. I guess the idea with b takes is, yes, you have an isolated pawn, but after you castle, you can play rook to b8. Some reasonable compensation. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little bit better of an idea of what Ding's calculating. And this is kind of inspired from Gukesh, just creating a situation where just out of the opening, he knows that this position requires a lot of thought. And if you've spent a huge amount of time studying this, you know that you're going to be able to play in terms of your move speed, and the move quality is just going to be better. All right, we do have a move from Ding Paul. Ding will blitz out moves now, says Shivam Shah. Okay, so Ding finally about to make a move. After burning some 40 minutes on move 4, we have a move, knight to f6, and immediately, and when I say immediately, I mean less than a second, Gukesh plays a3. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And the pressure just went from Ding to Gukesh and immediately back to Ding. Ding didn't even have a chance to take a sip of water, and he's back under the gun. And when you see this, it's such a scary thing, especially after you've burnt 40 minutes. Ding is going to have to be very, very careful when it comes to time management in this game. All right, so a3 on the board. Let's back up. This is not what we calculated because we were calculating d takes e. So a3. And now the best move, knight to c6. Knight to c6 actually is advantageous for black. And we have a situation where Gukesh has given up an advantage with the white pieces. He's played an opening that is slightly better. Apparently, this is what I'm seeing from the engine. Although maybe if we give it a little bit of time, let's give it a little bit of time after a3, because the engine on the live board seems to think that it's 0.0. Maybe a little bit of deeper calculation, it'll be able to come to a similar conclusion. All right, so let's say knight to c6. Now we're just going to keep pushing b5. Knight to a5. Okay, knight to a5 is fine. And then d3. d3 also very kind of Benoni-esque. Okay, so d takes e, bishop takes e, and then say b6. Preparing for bishop to b7. And then we start off with g3. And I guess both bishops are going to be challenging for this long diagonal. g6, interestingly enough, another situation where black is incentivized to kind of do a double fianchetto thing. Because this bishop is actually kind of a beast right now if it arrives on g7, especially with the way the pieces are, white's pieces are kind of underdeveloped on the queen side. So we castle, bishop to g7, and then rook to a2. Very, very important because, of course, there's all sorts of discovery situations. You can even conceivably jump forward because this rook is outright hanging. Yeah, so looking forward a couple of moves, it appears that this is basically even. even if the engine seems to give a little bit of an edge to black, once you play out a couple of engine lines, things equalize pretty quickly. There are also 0 games for this position. So we had 28 games that continued with knight to f6. But of those 28 games, none of them continued with a3. The engine is also... Okay, actually, the engine does suggest a3 being a move. Queenside pawns look a little weird. Absolutely, they look very weird. And I think it's one of these kind of situations where, I mean, optically it looks super funny. Super, super funny because of the fact that white has been prioritizing pushing pawns out of the opening and kind of more or less ignored developing, with the exception of the knight on f3. So a lot of minor pieces need to come out. White is yet to castle. Of course, it's still early days. It's just move 5. But it would appear that we have a very unorthodox setup. And that's primarily a result of of Gukesh trying to get a little bit of almost a pawn storm going on the queen side. So it's pretty exciting. And again, you know, we're kind of expecting to see maybe a worse situation than we've ever seen before with Ding. So I noticed in quite a few of the games, right? Ding has this habit of the first 20 moves. By the time he gets to move 18 or 19, he's burned 75% of his time on the clock. So instead of having an hour, he has half an hour for the remaining 20 moves. We've seen that over and over and over again. Here we have a situation where it might be worse. And each one of those times when he gets closer to time trouble, with the exception of obviously the game that he lost, he's been able to hold on because the primary part of the game's difficult calculating has been in the opening phase. But if we have a game like we had when he lost on time, where things get complicated into the middle game, he is just going to be in a very uncomfortable situation. But it's also possible that Gukesh is going to spend plenty of his time in trying to deal with those complications as well. So the problem obviously is that Gukesh will have time, and it's possible that Ding won't. How about e5 now? Okay, let's take a look at e5. e5, and then knight takes. Okay. But what's interesting here is that even though you're kind of giving up this pawn, it appears that black has some kind of response, which is a bit surprising. Okay, so bishop to d6. You gain a tempo by attacking this knight, but you can defend it by capturing in the center. Wow. Okay, so c takes d. Let's start off with c takes d, and then knight just moves back to f3. And it's almost like black is saying, okay, cool. I'm giving up a pawn, but I'm almost regaining it back in terms of a tempo, because of the fact that I can attack your knight and develop a piece at the same time. And if the knight retreats to the square that it was a moment ago, then presumably I've gained something. Castles, and then yeah, d3 is a kind of an irritating concession, I guess, because I was almost thinking it would be nice to play a move like bishop to d3, even though it looks pretty terrible. But we have to play e3 now because of the threat of rook to e8 check. So yeah, d3, now rook to e8 check. You can just block with bishop to e2, no problems. And okay, let's go a5 now. challenging white's domination on the queen side. Actually, e5, to be honest, might be a reasonable concession for Ding to play along with the black pieces, just so that he can take that opportunity to develop his bishop, get castled. Of course, he's sacrificing an important pawn by sacrificing the e5 pawn. So he has to make sure that he maybe spends some more time calculating. Yeah, and part of the problem also with playing a move like a5, I was like, oh, I can play maybe bishop to g5, but that's pretty terrible because of the fact that takes. So maybe either push this pawn, c5. That's interesting. Bishop to c7. And I guess bishop to b2 would be a natural move. Oh, queen to e7. Oh, queen to e7. Oh, queen to e7 is such a nightmare. Yeah, now I can't castle. I was thinking maybe I could castle, and then after like something like takes, I can play rook to e1, but the knight on f6 is preventing any back rank issues. For example, castles, takes, rook to e1, and you can just take the queen. Oh, actually, I can't even take back. Oh, I can't even capture the rook on e8 because I'm pinned. So yeah, anyway, this doesn't work. So yeah, that's a very irritating move. Queen to e7. Can I even play king to d2 here? King to d2, rook to e1 might be, but then bishop to f4 with check. Not fun. Maybe I start off with g3. Yeah. Anyway, this is actually not a great approach for whites. And it all starts with this e5 pawn sacrifice. Very counterintuitive. The engine obviously is like, oh, you're giving up material. Long term, I'm going to be able to play perfectly. But with human beings, this is probably a reasonable way for Ding to play. Gukesh's team is just insane with their ideas, for sure. Yeah. And I think that is the one thing that Carlsen said that Gukesh did correctly was at the end, I think it was the Grunfeld one where he played rook to e1. At the end of that game, he was like, thank you to my team. Because clearly a lot of these ideas came from Gukesh's team. And in particular, I think one of the guys who's an expert in opening theory, he's like an opening theoretician. I forget his name, but Carlsen did mention it in the interview, but that guy comes up with all sorts of incredible ideas out of the opening. And he's very strong. He's like 2650 or something. So having someone like that in your corner where they can really, really help you with getting a strong advantage out of the opening, and you combine that with Gukesh's exceptional memory, his ability to memorize long sequences of theory, that really is a game changer. And I mean, look at the clock now, guys. This is crazy. This is actually crazy. We're on move 5. Ding is yet to make move 5 with the black pieces. And we have a situation where he's nearly a full hour, nearly half of his time has been spent just getting out of the opening. And if there's even some slight complications, it's going to be hard for him to be able to it's going to be hard for him to have enough time to be able to figure anything out. So yeah, this is quite a perilous situation if you're a Ding fan. But as we've seen multiple times, if anyone is capable of being able to not only hold positions like this, but potentially create some kind of advantage, it's Ding. But it should be noted that Gukesh has spent 32 seconds and Ding has spent nearly an hour. Ah, Gaevsky. That's it. Thanks, Shivam Shah. Gaevsky. That is the theoretician that we're talking about. Gaevsky. Let's take a look at him. Chess. Gregors Gaevsky. That's it. Polish chess player, 39 years old, peak rating of 2659. Yeah, super strong grandmaster. Well, not super strong, but strong grandmaster. And oh, that was the thing that I looked at. So when I was reading his Wikipedia page, it says a strong opening theoretician, Gaevsky is probably best known in the chess world for the gambit on move 10 of the Roy Lopez opening, which he introduced in July 2007. And since then, a lot of people have played this gambit, where you sacrifice a pawn on d5 on move 10 of deep into the Roy Lopez. And I was looking at it; it's pretty cool. It's like a really interesting idea that he came up with. So, yeah, obviously having someone like that in your team is a huge benefit. Oh, that's right. He was a second to Anand. Thanks for that input, Shivam Shah. E5 is a human move. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe E5 isn't a human move. I mean, I think if you said to Ding, yeah, E5's a thing here, he would... I mean, it just... Maybe it's a human move at Super Grandmaster level, but I don't think this is a move that many... Especially unless you spend a lot of time studying this position. It's not a move that probably anyone under a Grandmaster would be able to naturally come up with. Or maybe they would, but... Yeah, it's a little strange. I thought I heard Karyakin. Oh no, Gaevsky, that's who we were talking about. Did I say Karyakin? Hopefully not. That guy's basically been cancelled ever since he came out publicly supporting Russia during the war. He has very, very close affiliations with Vladimir Putin. And I think that kind of got him into hot water in the chess world. Which, yeah, I kind of don't know. I mean, like, politics aside, it's a little interesting that just taking sides with something like that. I mean, he is Russian, but I guess Nepo, the problem is Nepo came out and he was like, no, I'm not supporting anything that's happening in Russia. But it's tricky. You basically become a pariah in your homeland when you say something like that. So it's maybe a little bit more complicated than people would have liked it to be. But yeah, it's important to remember Karyakin was an incredibly strong grandmaster. He played against Carlsen, I think. I'm not sure which year it was. But he had a very interesting match against Carlsen and actually went up a game. He won a game and took the lead in one of the World Chess Championships. But then Carlsen came back, evened the score, and then won another game and beat him outright. Still waiting on Ding. We're about to get to that 1 hour mark. Yeah, it was. That honestly, that was one of the most exciting World Chess Championships. I remember watching it and thinking, wow, this is actually really exciting. The World Chess Championship is definitely not the same without Carlsen. So hopefully we can find some way to incentivize him to get back in it. But for now, it seems that he's really interested in this whole freestyle chess situation. All right, let's take a look at our votes. We've got 15 votes in. 20% say Dingpool, 47% say Gukesh Areen, and 33% say it's going to end up in a draw. Well, I have to say, out of all of the games that we've seen so far, this is the game that feels like it is most likely to lead to a decisive result. If I had to guess. But again, I've been wrong plenty of times. So don't take my word on it. So a5, g6 is another option. g6, bishop to b2, bishop to g7. And Ding can kind of have plenty of options at that point. I do think it's important that Ding needs to get his king safe, and I guess, I mean, it's basically a throw up between a move like g6 or e4, because e4 offers the same potential for this bishop to develop by sacrificing the pawn and getting castled. So if Ding would like to kind of prioritize that king safety in a game like this where there is a very big imbalance in terms of what White is trying to achieve on the queen side, prioritizing safety is very reasonable, but it just might be the case that sacrificing a pawn is a little bit too risky in terms of the material aspect of going down a pawn, and not just any pawn. It's not like you're sacrificing the h pawn or the a pawn. It's like the e pawn, and there's actually a definable difference in terms of the value. I think they said, someone calculated that like the h pawn and the a pawn, it's like worth 0.7 of a pawn, and then the central pawns are worth like slightly more, like 1.1 or 1.2. 1 hour down is crazy on move 6. I mean, it is completely nuts. We're waiting on Ding to make a move. He has spent half of his allotted time on just 5 moves so far. And I think the super scary thing would be like if we saw another situation where Ding moves and then Gukesh immediately responds again. Gukesh just spending no time. He's playing this like a bullet game, and his opponent has over an hour in terms of a disadvantage on the clock. It's frightening. I mean, it's actually crazy. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't think I've ever seen this in a game. Have you guys? Has anyone seen a situation where out of the opening on move 5, there's an hour-long disadvantage of the clock? I can't remember a single game where that happens. The only game that I can think of is that Anna and Blitz game where he goes down like maybe 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes on the clock, and he came back and ended up winning that game. And that was in a similar situation. It was a Petrov out of the opening, and Anand spent like, obviously not as much time because it was a blitz game. He spent a similar sort of deficit where he was down basically half the amount of his opponent out of the opening. But apart from that, I've never seen it in a classical game where there's been this enormous time deficit. Maybe we should ask ChatGPT. I mean, this is actually like unprecedented. This is crazy. All right, let's jump to the live board in case we do see a move from Gukesh. I don't have to jump back. All right, we are about to see a move from Ding. Wow. Okay. So we have very quick response from Gukesh. After bishop to g4, he immediately captures in the center. Ding takes back and immediately plays h3. Still very much in familiar territory. Gukesh knows exactly what he's doing by moving this quickly. He has very clearly prepared exactly what he wanted to do out of this opening and is just sticking with a game plan. That's basically what's happened. I will tell you guys what I found on ChatGPT in a moment. Let me just pull it up. All right, apparently there's a situation in the 2013 candidates where Anand was down to mere seconds while Aronian still had over an hour on his clock. So kind of similar, except obviously scarier because of the fact that Anand was just down to his final seconds. Despite the massive time deficit, Anand managed to draw the game. Carlsen versus Caruana 2018 World Chess Championship. At one point, Carlsen had only 2 minutes left, while Caruana had only over 40 minutes. Carlsen successfully navigated the time scramble to secure a draw. Yeah, so I mean, with those as exceptions, it doesn't appear that there's a situation like this where out of the opening, one player's so comprehensively dominated on the clock. Okay, so after h3, what is the plan? You can just capture. You can take, queen takes f3, and then queen to c7. You can play c5, and then a5. Bishop to b5 check, knight to c6, and then castles or bishop to a4. Let's castles. First, a takes b, and now you have to be a little bit precise here, because of course you can't take back with a takes b because of the fact that your rook's hanging. So first bishop to b2, sacrificing this pawn. What is the threat though? If you capture here, knight takes a3 is very, very dangerous. And by giving up this tempo becomes a little bit risky because of the fact that white is still behind in development. I mean, what's the threat? Let's try... If you play like g6, I mean, oh, this could be very, very bad. Yeah. All right, so knight to c4. Rook takes a... Whoops. Sorry about that. Let's try and sort that out. Analysis board. Okay, so rook takes a1. Rook takes a1. And then bishop to g7. Rook to a8 check. And... oh, no, king to d7. Okay. All right. Yeah. You're just not quite there. So the idea is black just doesn't have time to capture this point. You need to prioritize development, and I guess the way to do that, e5 is good. It's not even being attacked, and you're defending the d4 pawn. Priorities, and also unleashing an attack on the c5 pawn. Let me respond with a takes b. Rook takes a1, bishop takes a1, and then bishop to e7, allowing castles to take place. Things are more or less equal this way. So you can't get too greedy for material in terms of picking up that a3 pawn. But yeah, I can tell you one thing I think that is very, very important for Deng right now is safety. He needs to try and go for the safest possible route. Wow. Let me know in the chat what you guys got going on today, this Sunday. Are you having a really relaxed, lazy Sunday? Enjoying the chess? Not thinking about work tomorrow? Let me know what you guys are up to. It is a good day to unwind and watch the chess, wherever you are in the world. If you're in the United States, then I guess you're just about waking up. Time is death for Ding today, says the real one. Hey, Membrane Potentials in the chat. Welcome to you. Great to have you back. Let me know what you guys got going on today. If you've been playing some chess, if you've been inspired. We are about to see Ding come up with a move, and it's along the lines of what we were exploring earlier. Of course, his light squared bishop being challenged after h3, and he chooses to capture the knight on f3. And Gukesh continuing by playing very, very quickly. We have queen to f3, takes. And we are about to see Ding respond with a move, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, queen to c7, kind of mandatory, with the queen on f3 staring at that weak b7 pawn. So very important that Black defends that threat, and putting the queen on c7, a very reasonable way of doing that. Also improving the queen in general. And now, in order for White to maintain the advantage that they have out of the opening, it's very important that they play c5. And c5 is such a great move because it kind of says, okay, well, if you're going to play a move like e5 to respond with, this bishop is going to be very limited in terms of where it can and can't go. So instead, it stands to reason that maybe Black would be better suited with developing the bishop via g7. But that's going to be time consuming. Knight to c6 is also a reasonable move. Kind of doing the same thing that e5 would do, supporting the d4 pawn. But now bishop to b5. We can play e5 here. And then d3. Providing some options for this bishop. Bishop being on b2 now is kind of stupid. A5. Well, maybe it's not so stupid now. No, it's still irritating. I guess, can we play bishop to d2? Engine doesn't really like bishop. It likes... Wow. Bishop to a4. Oh, that's interesting. Bishop to a4 is very, very creative way of solving this problem. So the idea is that Black is saying, okay, I'm going to take on b4 and you're going to have some problems. But if you move the bishop back, you're kind of blockading the rook on a1. And now if you take, the rook is no longer staring at White's rook on a1. And of course, Black can't take on b4 because of the fact that this knight is pinned. White's doing really well here, actually. So this is a very, very important move to find for Gukesh if we do indeed see this position. And it's very, very possible that we see something like this on the board, just because a lot of the moves that I just went through are very natural moves that Black would like to play. And maybe the order will be different, but it could be the case that we see this in this position in a slightly different order. Well, the one thing that has happened with Ding, which is great, is the fact that the hemorrhaging on the clock has slowed down slightly, because Gukesh is the one who's thinking now. After queen to c7, Gukesh has taken some time. He hasn't just fired out another move. So it could be the case that he's thinking about c5. c5, the only move that really keeps a small edge for White. Although now that the engine spent a little bit of time looking at this position, that edge is not maybe as significant as it was at a lower depth. Bishop to e2 is also a move. Just preparing to castle. And then a5. Bishop to b2. And then e5. And we have this crazy situation where White is kind of trying to control the center. And, sorry, Black is controlling the center, and White has this sort of lateral pawn storm on the way. And it's exactly what we want. We want imbalance. We don't want symmetry. And we have most definitely gotten that today. in case you are just joining us, what happened out of the opening? We had knight to f3, d5, c4, part of the red T opening, and then b4, which I, for one, am very, very unfamiliar with this line. b4, this is the red T gambit declined advanced variation, c5, and then e3, reversed Blumenfeld gambit, which was very interesting. One of the things that I quite like, and I've been seeing this a lot at, okay, we do have a move. He hasn't gone for c5, he's actually gone for d3. Wow. All right, we're going to see that move live. d3 has been played. But now, I guess a5 is the problem. And this is exactly what we see on the board. a5, and now you kind of have to play bishop to b2. Because of the threat of takes. I mean, what other moves, what other options do you have? Oh, you can just push this pawn forward. That's the other option. b4, just taking up more space on the queen side. But remember, whenever you push a pawn, you're gaining something and you're giving something up. And the thing that you've gained here is further control of the light squares. But what have you given up? You've given up control of a very important square, the c5 square. And this is going to mean that black will have an outpost potentially with this knight on c5. And white's going to have to challenge that. Okay, so g3 is a possible move here. g3 with bishop to g2, threatening to capture on g7. And we can play knight to c5 anyway. Knight to c5, basically where this knight wanted to end up, and also guarding the b7 pawn. Yeah, the real one says knight on c5 will be strong. And Membrane Potential says Gukesh got a big white pawn flank for sure. We're seeing a couple of very, very quick moves. Okay, so we have this exchange. Let's jump over to the board. We have this exchange, and now Ding has put the knight, he's played knight b to d7. And let's take a look at this position now. Okay, knight b to d7. g3 or knight to d2, both moves. But yeah, I think this is part of the danger of playing b5. And the analysis that we were doing before is white actually played c5 first. And c5 is a little more irritating in my estimation because of the fact that it controls the dark squares. Yeah. It's actually a little tricky. Maybe this is better for white than the engine really is suggesting. This feels uncomfortable having the knight on c5. Okay, so g3, knight to d2, bishop to e2. Knight to c5. Okay. Castles. e5. Oof. e3. Guess there's some threat also of playing f4. Bishop to e7. Bishop to f3. And then castles. Bishop to g5. Knight takes d3. And then can't you sacrifice some? Yeah, b7. Queen takes b7. Queen takes d3. And then knight to h5. takes, queen takes. Yeah, actually, this now would be a situation that would favor Ding. It's such a pity that Gukesh didn't find c5. And this move d3 just kind of limits white's options. And by playing c5, you allow this light square bishop to kind of really enter into the game and be at its most effective, say on a move like on a square like c4 or b5. And I think this is quite a missed opportunity for Gukesh, especially considering he spent so much time, or so little time out of the opening. And on this move now, just this kind of lost a little bit of the plot. And I think now we're going to see him really spending a lot of time. Because up until this point, it's kind of been preparation, but now it feels like the last move or two, he's been actually thinking more about the position and what he wants to accomplish, what his plans are. It's clear that he has a lot of control over the light squares, but it remains to be seen how exactly you can use that advantage. And black has quite a few simple moves lined up, especially with moves like knight to c5, e5, or even e6, bishop to e7, castle. And there's not really much in terms of obstacles to black achieving those moves. Okay, again, I have the feeling that Ding is better positioned. Yeah, I mean, say what you will, but that hour and 10 minutes that Ding took out of the opening, it was unprecedented. It was a very big surprise in exactly how much time he spent, but he has actually come out of this opening with an advantage. And Gukesh probably a little bit like perplexed at exactly how this could have happened. But I think maybe he really should have spent a little bit more time on move, what is this, move 9. $20 votes in. Ding Pool, 20%. Gukesh Areen, 45%. Draw, 35%. I think one thing is clear, that it's pretty important for white to develop, just to focus on developing the next couple of moves. And I think maybe Gukesh is just a little frustrated that he doesn't have more. Like, there's really not much that he can do to disrupt Ding's development. And he just has to say, okay, cool, well, I haven't really achieved too much. G3 is interesting, though. G3, we looked at this, but knight to c5, and then if you do play bishop to g2, you're not really threatening anything. But you are, I guess, continuing to exert pressure along this long diagonal, and that's important because that is your advantage. So being able to sort of say, okay, that's my advantage, I want to capitalize on it. Okay, knight f to d7. Castles, queen to e2. Okay, let's castle first. Knight to e5. Queen to d5. Just centralizing. And then the problem is this d3 pawn is now a real target. And I guess maybe this is where the advantage comes from. And why g3, although it's great, you get the bishop on g2. Maybe it's better to play bishop to e2. Bishop to e2, allowing the bishop to continue supporting the d3 pawn. Because if we do get this kind of setup, it's going to be a little tricky to defend. And black's going to really target that weak back pawn. Okay, so what about... Let's try knight to d2, knight to c5 still. Rook to b1. a4. Oh my gosh. Oh. Wow. Okay, I don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. So let's not do that. Into e2. So kind of a counterintuitive move. e5. d2. 5. g4. Just trying to get something going. To d6. g2. Castles, castles. Oh, we can even play e4 here. Gosh, that's insane. Yeah, this is actually quite scary for Gukesh. This is actually quite scary for Gukesh. I thought maybe the engine was kind of like overstating things, but now that I've looked at a couple of lines, a lot of these moves are just really comfortable, really natural for Ding. And Gukesh is actually probably coming out of this opening not just worse off, but quite a bit worse off, actually. If we had to think of like worst case scenario out of the opening, you know, you have a disadvantage. I guess worst case scenario out of the opening in a classical game where, you know, you're not expecting anyone to make any massive blunders. This would be it. And it appears that the engine actually just thinks that this d3 pawn long term is a lost cause. That you should not try and save it. You should basically give it up and focus on your strengths by playing g3, bishop to g2, and allowing this knight to jump in and potentially at a later stage rerouting these two knights to put pressure on d3 and just say, okay, you can take d3. I didn't care about that pawn anyway. Very, very strange choice from Gukesh not to play c5. All right, I'll be back in a sec. We're back. Okay, waiting for Gukesh to make a move. Just waiting for the old kettle to boil. I have a question for you guys. What is the biggest deficit that you've been able to beat someone by in terms of their rating? So, for example, you're 1,000. Who's the highest rated person that you beat? So like someone who's like 1,500 or 1,400 or 1,800, like what is the biggest margin of victory that you've had? I was trying to answer, well, I was thinking about that question just for myself the other day, and I was like, it's so much harder. It feels like as your rating increases, like when I was like maybe 1,000, I probably would play against people who are like 1,500, 1,600. I'd lose like almost all of the time, but I think I had like maybe 1 or 2 victories out of like, say, maybe even just 1 victory out of like 20 games or something like that. And now I feel like it's so much harder. At 2,000, when I'm playing someone who's like 2,400, 2,500, it's so difficult. It's almost like a logarithmic thing where it's like an exponential situation towards the end. I don't know why. But yeah, let me know if you've managed to beat someone who is wildly stronger than you. I guess I've been on the other side where I've lost to players that are much lower ranked than me too. That's not fun. Oh, we do have 20. Oh, someone else just voted now. 21 votes. Dingpool, 24%. Gukesh Areen, 43%. And Draw, 33%. So people still hoping that Gukesh is going to find something here. I think that he will, but the problem is that it feels like a lot of the options that he's left with after he played D3, just not all that, they're not quite as desirable as if he had started off with C5. C5 was a very important move for him to find. He didn't find it, and now could be a situation. What about G4? Instead of G3, G4. Okay, still knight to C5. Bishop to G2. Are we going to go for this little rerouting of the knight still? Castles, and this is what I'm talking about. Here, so here it's not as effective? Why? Oh, you have queen to G3. Oh, that's so clever. So maybe this is the point with G4. So that if the knight does decide to jump in, you have this irritating thing where you can't, well, you are giving up the pawn, I guess. You take, can you just take? Maybe you can't take that pawn. Maybe it's a poison pawn. Ah, I think the problem is that if you play knight takes d3, then I have f4. Let's see. Yeah. Not f4. Rook to d1. What about f4? Yeah. f4, removing the defender. But then I suppose you can just take. Okay, rook to d1. Knight takes c1. Rook takes c1, and I'm holding on at least to the c4 pawn. Also can play knight to d2. So this all starts with g4. Maybe g4, but the engine thinks that there's a way to defend against this. So we still start off with knight to c5, bishop to g2, and then h5. G5. Then knight f to d7. Still castles, and again we have this. And apparently in this position, g3 is... Queen to g3 doesn't work. Why? Because we can follow up with h4. Now queen to f4 is a horrible move to make, because we can still take. Can we take? Maybe it's different here. If we take, we have queen to e4. Oh, that's so clever. Queen to e4. And doing this little rerouting with the queen gets us out of trouble. Okay, that's interesting. All right, so let's say e6 first. Actually take here. But now knight takes d3. Knight c takes d3. Ugh. d4. Long castles. Oh my word. Wow. just seems like whatever you do, you know, unless Ding blunders, he has to really do something pretty dumb in order to give up this advantage that he's gotten out of the opening. There's nothing obvious. There are no obvious mistakes that you can make with black. All right, my tea is ready. I'll be back. All right, today's going to be a bit of a cookie spree for the snacks. We have Norma's double chocolate cookies. Nice. And then some digestives. Wonderful. So we're starting to see that very big time deficit that emerged out of the opening. Starting to close. I can tell you now, if Gukesh had only found c5, I think things would be very, very different in this position. After queen to c7, this was the move he needed to find. c5. Very, very important. And now still knight to c6. Can still play basically all of the moves, but the difference in this position is that the light square bishop can operate along this diagonal. And as soon as you play d3, you're really limiting in a massive way the scope of this light square bishop. You can even play bishop to b5 and take at some point. And then at least you're exchanging, you know, a potentially very active piece, this knight on c6, with your strong light square bishop. But unfortunately, Gukesh didn't go for this, which was a little bit of a surprise. Okay, so apart from g3, knight to d2, let's take, well, I think we looked at knight to d2. Let's try bishop to b2 first. Now we immediately play e5. Now knight to d2. Bishop to d6. And now you need to play g3. Oh, it's just so unpleasant. Knight to c5. Bishop to g2. Castles, castles. And yes, white has this strong queenside pawn flank, but black just has control of the center. This dark square bishop is absolutely terrible. You can play a4, just sort of closing things down even more, really limiting the mobility of the knight on d2. And this knight on c5 is just so strong. It's kind of waiting for this queen to move away from guarding the d3 pawn. Okay, so rook a to d1, that makes sense. Queen to d7. Rook f to e1, also makes sense. Rook f to e8. Then knight to f1. Oh my gosh, we have to play knight to f1? That's horrible. We can't even play knight to e4 yet. I guess what ends up happening is the c4 pawn then becomes the target. And you just kind of move from one loose pawn to another. Knight c takes. Okay. Wow, you have to sacrifice the exchange. That's how miserable the situation is. Knight takes c4, queen takes c4, rook to e7. And yeah, this is just like a sad situation for Gukesh. Honestly, Gukesh is going to have to spend a lot of time defending in this game. I think the whole game he's going to be on the back foot after what just took place out of the opening. It just feels like every single line leads to an advantage for black. So no matter basically what you do, if you just play normal developing moves, black is going to have an advantage. The knight on c5, develop your bishop, play e5, take control of the center. All of these things, like just about any player would be able to find the continuation for black to keep an advantage here. It's not complicated. And I think what's happened is this Gukesh is trying to find a way to make it complicated. All right, for the time being, I mean, Gukesh doesn't seem like massively worried, but it's, I think, a lot harder to tell with him in general than with Ding. Ding is a little bit more kind of wears his heart on his sleeve in terms of how he's feeling, but Gukesh is a little bit more, I think he has a better poker face and is not really giving much away in terms of how he's feeling. And this would be a good game to kind of play that way, because Ding might be thinking, well, like, my next moves are just so straightforward and so simple. Does Gukesh know something I don't? And in a situation like that, it's much better to let prevent your opponent from knowing exactly what you think of the position. Because if, for example, Gukesh was sort of shaking his head and saying, oh no, then I think it would confirm for Ding, okay, my position's actually totally fine. And I can just play confidently the next couple of moves. Okay, what about h4? That comes as a bit of a surprise. Is h4 a move? Still e5. h5. Wow. h6. Then g3. And maybe the idea with this is you're considering developing the bishop instead to g2, but to h3. And on h3, the bishop's probably a slightly better piece, especially after knight to c5. Knight to c5 is going to be defending the b7 pawn. So putting the bishop on g2, kind of not achieving much, but putting the bishop on h3, maybe in some lines preventing black from castling queenside. This might be the way to go for Gukesh, actually. Still worse, but the problem is you just walk into e4 immediately. Takes, then bishop to d6. And you're kind of sacrificing this pawn, but there's some very long-term structural issues and weaknesses for white to deal with. Specifically, actually not structural issues, just the pawn ready on c4 is very soft. That's being defended for the time being on f1, but just takes a few moves to change that. For example, moves like knight to e5, attacking the queen and the pawn at the same time, and maybe the queen moves back, but then you've got rook to c8, and it just becomes a little bit too much for white to hold on to. Okay, so knight to d2. Castles. Knight to d2 is actually probably more logical. And now it kind of doesn't work. So black just castles. Bishop to g2. And now knight to e5. Queen to f5. And to d3 check. King to e2. Just knight back to e5. Yeah, just unpleasant. But at least in this situation, I mean, there's some possibilities for white in terms of playing moves like f4. I mean, I don't even think you can play f4 right now because of knight to g4. Cold Clear says they should quit chess, become artists, and just draw each other all day. That's an interesting take. Yeah, it's probably true. I mean, they spend enough time staring at each other. I have not found one way for Ding to kind of screw this up. Every single move is just so easy. And this is why we're seeing this enormous time deficit shrink so dramatically. And it was very, very important that Gukesh found c5. And as soon as he played, what did he play instead? He played, what was it? d3 instead. As soon as he played d3, that just handed the advantage back to black. Yeah, it was this moment. It was very, very important here that he played c5. Tachi says, yo, dog. Loving the Ding vs. Gukesh picture today. Thank you so much for your kind words. Let's take a look at that one more time. I spent quite a bit of time working on getting Ding's skin texture the same as Deadpool, which was quite fun. Learning a little bit more about Photoshop. But yeah, mostly just AI. AI does all the hard work. I'm just along for the ride. Cooking with Hot says, sorry, just joking. Keep it up, man. I didn't see your previous message, but thank you. I appreciate that. Give you a little bit of love for your comment. Thanks so much. Gukesh looks like he's about to make a move. And if you're a Ding Larin fan, let me tell you something. You should be pretty happy right now with the current position because really the advantage is with Ding. That is for sure out of the opening. Gukesh's misstep came on move 9 when instead of playing c5, he played d3. And the reason why this was a mistake is actually kind of obvious. Is the fact that the bishop on f1 is no longer that fantastic of a piece. And if instead, in this position, we play c5, suddenly it just opens up this diagonal for the light square bishop to come out. And you can even exchange that light square bishop, but as soon as you play d3, it's just limiting your options. And the other aspect of this is that you're taking control of the dark squares, specifically moves like bishop to d6 later on are not yet possible. So it's a little bit of a frustrating situation for Gukesh fans. The fact that he played the opening so quickly and maybe didn't spend quite as much time as he could have after Ding played queen to c7, wanting to keep the pressure on the clock, but just heading into an objectively worse position with the white pieces. Kanishk is here. Welcome to you. Nice to have you guys in the chats. Some familiar names. If you are just joining us, we have had a very exciting opening. Gukesh playing something very unusual with this c4, b4 business, and then e3. He actually came out of the opening mostly with an edge, provided that on move 9 he could find c5, and unfortunately he did not find that. It's also worth mentioning that out of the opening, Ding went down over an hour. I think at one point it was an hour and 5 minutes. Gukesh had spent less than a minute. But now the Uno reverse card has been played, and Gukesh is the one who's been spending a lot of time on this move. So we've been waiting for him to reply to knight to d7, knight b to d7. And the best move here, according to the engine, is g3, allowing the bishop to come to g2. And in many of the lines that we saw, it appears that black is actually able to capture the d3 pawn by rerouting some of these knights, getting the knights on c5, getting the second knight on e5, and putting pressure on the d3 pawn. And white needs to play very, very precisely just to try and keep things in the balance. Marky Otita says, 100%, it's a draw again, lol. Which country am I from? I am from the beautiful Republic of South Africa. Cape Town. Really wonderful. This time of the year, it is our summer. We've been hearing some comments from folks saying the Northern Hemisphere is super cold. And there's actually a trend amongst people who grew up in South Africa, but unfortunately, like things like work, opportunities are not that great in South Africa. So they travel overseas, and we call them swallows, like the bird, because they spend a little bit of, or like half the year in the UK working. And then as soon as the Northern Hemisphere heads into winter, just like swallows, they head south. Like, I don't know if that comparison continues, but whatever. They leave and come and enjoy the South African summer. So quite a nice strategy that seems to be working for most people. But yeah, South African summer is really, really beautiful. Still waiting on Gukesh with the white pieces to make a decision here. Will he find G3? Every other line, including G3, to be honest, that I've looked at, it just is very, very difficult for Gukesh to try and create any complications because of the fact that Black's following moves are going to be so simple. Knight to C5, E5 probably, Bishop to D6. You know, anyone would be able to find these moves. And it appears maybe the order isn't that important either. So Gukesh hoping to try and create some complications. And if he is going to try and create some complications, he's going to have to come up with something very surprising and pretty special. Cooking with Hot says, I'm from India, the country of Gukesh. Awesome. Cold Clear says, nah, Ding chilling. Absolutely, he's chilling. Man, I think Ding's probably thrilled right now. So Cooking with Hearts hoping that Gukesh is going to find some way forward. I think, look, it's still possible, but it feels like I would be very, very surprised if Ding makes even a mistake or even an inaccuracy in the next like 4 or 5 moves. I'm not expecting that. So if Gukesh is going to turn things around, it's certainly not going to be with one move now. All right, let's take a look at our poll. 25 votes in. 24% for Ding Pool. 44% for Gukesh Arene. And 32% saying it's going to end in a draw. And I think now Gukesh would probably be okay with a draw. The hour-long advantage that Gukesh had on the clock has gone all the way from an hour to just 20 minutes. Over an hour it was at one point. I think we're going to see some real excitement in the next, say, if I had to guess, the next 25 minutes, next half an hour, we're going to start seeing some crazy stuff happening on the board. Just move 11, or move 10 actually. And Gukesh kind of finds himself, what's the saying, in between a rock and a hard place. That's a pretty good description of what Gukesh is facing here. And I think part of that is also the psychological frustration of knowing that you decided to use this opening and it's kind of backfired. It's probably the first time that we've seen, with the exception of the game that he lost, what was that, the French? But that game, I don't know if that was really a result of what happened in the opening. This is directly, the advantage that Ding has now is directly a result of the opening. And it's always difficult when you start off and you feel like you have an advantage, there's an advantage on the clock, and you feel kind of obligated to continue attacking ideas. But when in some instances, especially like this one, you have to actually just say, oh, I didn't play this quite as I should have. Lay down your pride and just say, there'll be another day. I need to try and hold on here and play very defensively and cautiously with the white pieces. And of course, if there's an opportunity to turn things around, my opponent makes a mistake, happy days. But I think Gukesh, with the amount of time that he spent, is starting to realize that this position's not all that fantastic for white. The players are tied at 5-all. And it's worth mentioning that if we have a situation where there is a decisive result in this game, we are going to see absolute fireworks in the remaining games, because with just a few games left, we could probably expect that each game is going to feel really, really decisive in terms of who's going to win the overall World Chess Championship. While we're waiting on that next move, let's take a look at Poly Market and see how it's responded and what it thinks of Ding's chances. And I can tell you right now, before the game started, Ding was at around 43% chance of winning the overall World Chess Championship for this year. Now he's up to 55%, which is pretty incredible. It's actually gone up to 57%. So I think the more time that Gukesh spends on this move, the less convinced the bookmakers are of his chances in this game. Still looking relatively comfortable. I mean, he's leaning forward, but he's not showing any signs of real stress, apart from the fact that he's spent a lot of time. But his body language is... it's not too concerned. So it could be the case that Gukesh has some kind of tricks up his sleeve. It's just difficult to see them right now. Man, and the chances are just going up more and more. When I looked at it a moment ago, it was 55%, then went to 57%. Now it's at 59%. And that's not just winning this game, that's winning the whole World Chess Championship. We'll see exactly where it ends up. We'll keep an eye on this, because I think this would give us a good idea of what we might expect in terms of outcome. All right, maybe we could spend a little bit more time looking at G3. Kind of dismissed G3, but it's probably worth spending some time on. We're really expecting that almost regardless of what Gukesh does, this knight needs to find its way to c5 pretty soon. It's such a great square for the knight. Bishop to g2. Of course, just putting pressure on the b7 pawn, but with the knight on c5 and the queen on c7, they're doing a great job of defending that b7 pawn. And now knight f to d7. Castles, and here comes the big irritation. We did look at this position earlier, but I want to spend a bit more time looking at it. Knight to e5. Both of the knights are staring at d3, also attacking the queen on f3, so the queen needs to move. Have this move queen to f4, which is somewhat useful. And the reason for that is now this knight is pinned. So we can start off with, wow, even rook to d8. That's strange. Okay, let's try. It's just very, very unintuitive to allow all of this to happen and just to allow black to capture on d3. So if you take, guess you can capture on d4, but then what happens? Takes on d4, e6. Queen to e4. c5. Take on b7, queen takes b7, bishop takes b7, then rook to d8. And you've actually managed to equalize. And I think maybe Gukesh has spotted this path to equalizing. But it's such a concession when you come out of the opening and you've prepared something really special and unique. Just to say, oh, okay, this didn't work. I'm basically pulling the ripcord. I don't know if Gukesh would be really happy with that. And I think this is part of the problem. Is he might want more, and this is a situation where you have to accept the fact that you're not going to get more. Yeah, I didn't realize here that there's actually a path for white to equalize. D5. Okay. 4. To D8, guarding the D4 pawn, and then knight to D2. Still giving up this pawn. Can you just take now? Queen to E4. Oh, I guess the thing is you're going to give up the D3 pawn, but if you organize your pieces, then you'll be able to regain it. Potentially. Knight to C5. C5. B6. Oh, B6 is clever. B6 is clever. To B8. B6 is actually quite useful. And then queen to E2. Okay. All right. So there are some possible avenues that create complications, but Gukesh is going to have to, one, realize that if he was going for an advantage, he probably is not going to get it unless he can see something else. So he has to accept that, and that's going to be a little bit of a blow. And then on top of that, he's going to have to play very, very accurately in the next couple of moves in order to achieve equality. It's been a very, very long wait from Gukesh. Almost as long as we saw out of the opening from Ding, and should be a reminder that we're just on move 10 and both players are nearly under an hour. So 30 moves to get to that 40 move mark, and both players have less than an hour. Very, very possible that we're going to see a time scramble. Let's hope so, because I think that would create a lot of excitement in this game. But for the time being, it is clear that Ding Liren, the reigning World Chess Champion, is the one who has the advantage here. All right, now we're actually very close to the players being equal in time. Gukesh is on 57 minutes, just 6 minutes away from equalizing with Ding. And now at least the time factor that may well have played a big role in this game, it's no longer that much of an issue. But I can tell you one thing: if Gukesh had found c5, it stands to reason that he probably actually had a chance of winning this game, maybe a big chance of winning this game. It was very, very important that he found c5 after queen to c7. Pretty unfortunate that he missed that. But should be expecting Gukesh to make a move shortly. And the question is, will he be able to find g3? Will he be able to realize, okay, g3 is the best option for me moving forward? Knight to d2 is the second best move. g4 is the third best according to the engine. Just feel like there's quite a bit of tension that's building up right now. Quite a bit of tension. You know, we're at that stage in the tournament that these small advantages really, really matter a lot. And I think Ding is probably aware at this point that things have gone quite pear-shaped for Gukesh out of the opening. This was not Gukesh's plan, otherwise he wouldn't have spent as long as he has on this move. And Ding is probably thinking, this is awesome. Got a position from Black's perspective that's kind of going to play itself with the next couple of moves. Sure, Ding's having a big stretch. Yeah, Gukesh in very, very deep thought on this move. Hoping that we're going to see some exciting lines. But I think from Gukesh's perspective, he probably knows. Just needs to keep it safe. Not do anything too crazy. After all of the shenanigans out of the opening, it's pretty important that he just opts for safety first. And I think g3 is a good way of being able to keep things alive. As well as improving his light square bishop and getting the opportunity to castle. I think that would probably be the way to go. But perhaps he's just dealing with the disappointment of knowing that there isn't really much else he can do. All right, we do have a lot of Indian fans watching today. 48% are hoping for a Gukesh victory, 30% expecting a draw, and just 22% thinking that Ding is going to take it today. And if we're going just entirely on the engine evaluation of this position, it is Ding who has the advantage. It's not a huge advantage, but the problem is that it's kind of a much more general advantage. It's not like he has to find one specific line. All right, we do have a few moves on the board. What exactly does Gukesh play? Does he start off with G3? We have some very quick moves on the board. For some reason, it's not updated. Yes, we do have G3 and immediately knight to C5 by Ding. Ding giving Gukesh a bit of a taste of his own medicine after the very, very long amount of time that Gukesh spent thinking. Ding realizing it's kind of a no-brainer and basically saying, okay, if Gukesh plays G3, I don't need to think about it. I'm just immediately going to play knight to C5. It's a move that kind of screams out to be played. And that's exactly what we have. We have knight to C5 on the board. And right now, the engine is saying that it is minus 0.4, minus 0.39 in favor of black. And the best move to follow up is bishop to G2. So Gukesh has taken a little bit of a break. He should be back shortly. And I don't think this move knight to C5 will come as much of a shock to Gukesh. Probably won't spend too much time on the next move. Bishop to G2, very normal, natural continuation. And if we see bishop to G2, let's just put this up on the analysis board. All right, so bishop to G2, then knight F to D7. This kind of seems like a strange move if you haven't spotted the fact that the knight really loves the E5 square. And after castles, we'll have this on the board where the two knights are working together, targeting the weak D3 pawn. Have a way of kind of being a little bit, I don't know, sneaky with the white pieces. We can play queen to F4. And now, of course, the knight on E5 can't capture that pawn because the queen's hanging. So if you take with the knight on the C file, then we can just play queen to E4. You can even take, actually. You can just capture on D4. But queen to E4, targeting that weak B7 pawn. And say if you play, wow, F6 now, that's strange. But anyway, white would have an advantage here. So you don't want to capture yet after queen to F4. Rook to D8 first, defending the D4 pawn. And then you can play knight to D2. And similarly, if you capture over here, you can always just play queen to E4. Queen to E4. Say knight to C5 again. And now B6. This is the very sneaky way of dealing with this knight attacking the queen. So if you take, for example, now B takes C is an absolute train wreck because you're threatening to capture and promote. So the rook has to go to C8 and now you're just up a piece. So you don't want to do that. So instead we go to B8 with the queen. And if you take this pawn, you just capture it, then I can just take E5. Yeah. So we're not going to do either of those things. Queen needs to stay on this diagonal because of course it's supporting the knight on E5. And then queen to E2, just retreat with the queen. And okay, so Ding is up a pawn, sure. But this advanced B6 pawn is a little bit tricky. White has enough compensation to justify being down a pawn, and it's quite possible that we're going to be able to maybe pick up even the A5 pawn at some point. So yeah, there's definitely plenty of options. We're still waiting for Gukesh to come back to the board. He's actually not at the table still. And he has to be a little bit careful here because if he spends, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, I don't know if he's in the bathroom or if he's just relaxing, we're still absolutely nowhere near that 40 move mark. We're just on move 11. He cannot afford to be giving up these kind of free minutes. So it's important that he gets back to the board ASAP to make a move. Especially considering the next move is kind of obvious for him. He doesn't really need to think about it. So Yeah, but of course it's possible he's in the bathroom, at which point you just have to, I guess, wait. Yeah, bishop to g2, definitely the move that we would expect to see. And after bishop to g2, okay, we play bishop to g2. Knight f to d7. That's the move that we were exploring earlier. e6 is also a move. I mean, can you even just play e5? Yeah, let's play e5. e5 looks good. We're just gonna castle. Bishop to d6. And then a4. And now we're kind of preserving this pawn structure on the queen side. And I guess this little maneuver of rerouting the knight is no longer possible once you play e5. Oh my goodness, come on. Gukesh, what are you... Is there some, like, delay? So this actual live footage? Looks like it. Yep. I mean, what's going on? Where is he? Yeah. Very scary stuff. 29 moves still to play with the white pieces, and he has 46 minutes to play those 29 moves, but he really needs to get to the board now. All right, he's back. I have no doubt that he's going to play bishop to g2 probably quite quickly. Let's see how quickly. Just taking a moment to compose himself. Yeah. All right, well, if not bishop to g2, what move can we play? Queen to e2? Bishop to b2 is also a move. Ugh, I don't like bishop to b2. We play bishop to b2. Can just follow up with e5 now. Bishop to g2. To d6 and then castles. Yeah. Castles. And black is just objectively better here. You would always prefer black in this position. Yeah, bishop to b2. I mean, it's kind of forcing black to play e5, so that's the one benefit, but then you're going to have to just move back. You're wasting kind of a tempo. To d2. Okay, to e8. And a4. Yeah. All right, so we have that on the board. We do have a move. Gukesh has played bishop to g2. And now Deng needs to decide. Is he going to go for the situation where you reroute the knight and try and challenge or put pressure on the weak back pawn, the d3 pawn? Those are kind of the two options that we have. Okay, so we play bishop to g2. Black to move. Knight f to d7 is the engine's move. Castles. And then knight to e5. Queen to f4. And then g6. Wow, g6 actually. Just ignoring this pawn. Being like, I'll take this whenever I'm ready. Okay, let's play rook to d8 first. Since our d4 pawn is hanging. And then knight to d2. e6. Trying to get this bishop into the game. And rook to b1. Ooh, rook to b1's even better. Can we start off with... Oh, b6 is such an irritating move, because if we play b6, then we have bishop to c6 with check, and you can't capture because your queen's hanging. Yeah. So that really is the one nice thing that white has going is this b5 pawn has the potential to become quite dangerous. And because of the fact that you can't play b6, even if you've moved the rook out of the line, because of the fact that we have bishop to c6 check. So what we might find is a situation where Ding is not maybe as comfortable with playing knight to d7, knight to e5 than he might be playing just e5. e5 is still solid, but e5 is more of a Ding move than knight to d7 because it seems less risky to me. e5, you can just play. You don't really need to think about it. You don't need to do much calculating. But knight to d7 can still come, but all of the ideas with knight to d7 and then knight to e5 are kind of moot after you've played e5 yourself first, removing that as an option for the knight on d7. So it is actually a very important moment here for Ding. Is he going to play the more ambitious, more aggressive move, or is he going to play the more passive move? Which is still strong, still allows black to play for a win and have an advantage, but is not quite as potent, we'll say. Although actually the engine seems to think that e5 is possibly better after spending a bit of more time thinking about it. e5. Okay, we just castle. Bishop to d6. And then a4. Castles. Then knight to d2. Go to e8. And then bishop to a3. Interesting. Okay, so Ding down to nearly the same amount of time that Gukesh has, 45 minutes and 47 seconds. Gukesh on 45 minutes and 29 seconds. Both players needing to play 28 moves to get to the 40 move mark. And a lot of work to be done for both players. Really, this is going to be, I think, quite an intense game. Quite an intense game. All right, we're about to see a move. Ding with the black pieces. e5, knight to d7. Knight to d7 is the move on the board. And we'll have to give credit here. This is definitely the more aggressive option for Ding. And it's great to see him going for this move, indicating some serious intent of getting both of these knights into the game. sure the next move that he has up his sleeve is to play knight to e5. And the question is, what will Gukesh do in order to defend this move? Okay, so let's get these moves on the board. The best move here is just a castle. If Gukesh plays anything else other than castling, it's very, very important that he castles here. If he plays a move like queen to e2 or queen to d1, he is going to be in quite a bit of trouble longer term. So let's take a look and see why. So the idea with a move like queen to e2, you're defending the d3 pawn. You know that your opponent is planning on playing knight to e5 because of the fact that they've rerouted. Whenever you see someone moving their knight backwards, that should be ringing alarm bells, because usually that is the plan is to kind of reroute the knight. So you would expect that piece to move a second time in order to get to a better square where that piece is improved. So we're preparing for the fact that knight to e5 is coming. But what's interesting here is that you don't have to play knight to e5. You can actually play queen to e5. And this is very frustrating because now if you take, you have the same situation where both of these knights are on the 5th rank attacking the d3 pawn. And when that happens, you are completely unable to defend this pawn. You can't, there's no compensation, except for the fact that maybe the bishop is eyeballing the b7 square. But remember, you don't have to take with this knight. This knight can remain on c5. You can use the knight on e5 to capture the d3 pawn. Sorry, like this. For example, knight takes c5. Nothing you can do to defend the d3 pawn. You just have to, I mean, you can play king to e2. You still just take, and you have to take with the knight on e5. And that way the knight on c5 is back defending the b7 pawn, and you've just gone down a pawn for basically no reason. Yeah. So I imagine for similar reasons, queen to d1 isn't a move. So what we need to do instead is just say, okay, if black wants to capture the d3 pawn, that's fine. Let's just allow it. Knight to e5 is a threat, attacking the queen. Double attack on the d3 pawn, but then we just play queen to f4. And now we're putting some pressure on this diagonal. We're also threatening to capture on d4 if you immediately take. And that's exactly the line that we're seeing on the board. It's happening. Let's take a look at this in real time. Okay, guys, things are starting to heat up. We've got a real game on our hands. It's going to be Ding putting pressure in the center with the two knights, targeting the weak d3 pawn. And immediately we have Ding playing knight to e5, attacking the queen, double attack on the d3 pawn. And Gukesh should know that the best way forward here is to play queen to f4. Queen to f4 kind of solves all of those problems because it creates some counter threats for white, specifically by targeting the d4 pawn and also creating a pin on the queen on c7. So that's a really important move that Gukesh needs to find right now. And we would expect him to find that move. If you don't play this, there are other options. You can play queen to d5. Queen to d5, and I think the problem here is the knight on e5 can still capture, can still take, but now queen takes d4, rook to d8, and then queen to c3. Just moving out of the way, also making sure that the c4 pawn is okay. But it's kind of just substituting one weakness for another. You know, the c4 pawn now is the one that is weak. Okay, so knight takes c1, rook takes c1, and e6. Finally bringing the dark square bishop into the game. Knight to d2 is a reasonable move, and then rook to d3. Queen to c2, stepping back. Nothing too scary to worry about here. And then bishop to e7, knight to e4. trying to remove the defender. Of course, if you take, I'm actually not going to take back with my bishop. I will just capture your rook, I think. There's no tactics. Nope. So we just move back with our rook to d7, and then... yeah. The big issue that white has to deal with is the fact that the c4 pawn is still going to be a target. Maybe it's not that easy to target because of the fact that I've got a light square bishop. I mean, I can even play bishop to f1 if I'm in like dire straits, but perhaps the problem is also that black can castle, maybe double in the d file. There are some concerns for sure. All right, we do have 29 votes, 24% for Dingpool, 48% for Gukesh, 28% for a draw. Exciting times. We are getting to the business end of this game, guys. So I would definitely keep an eye on this over the next hour. We might see some very exciting possibilities emerging, and potentially for both players. I think it's quite clear that Gukesh is the one who's on the back foot, but because of the nature of the position and the imbalance, we have, if we're looking from black's perspective, black has a great advantage because of the placement of the two knights on the 5th rank. In compensation for that, white has a very strong light square bishop. But unfortunately for white, the remaining pieces are pretty terrible, to be honest. I mean, we have dark square bishop still on the 1st rank, knight still on the 1st rank, both rooks aren't connected. So white is some ways behind in development, but black is also yet to castle. So one feels that after both players kind of solve these issues, we're going to see some pretty exciting stuff. Okay, we're about to see a move from Gukesh. What's he going to play? Will he find queen to f4? That's the move that he really should be seriously considering. We have it on the board. Okay, queen to f4 has been played. I don't think this would come as a surprise to Ding. And we might see a relatively quick response from Ding. Uh-oh. Unless queen to f4 was not something that he considered, and looking at his face, it might be the case that queen to f4 is a little bit of a surprise. Interesting. Interesting response from Ding. He kind of put his hands over his face as if to indicate that this move, queen to f4, was not necessarily something that he had looked at all that much. Black's still doing great after queen to f4. But now it would appear that there's only one move. After the engine spent a little bit of time looking into this position, getting to a decent enough depth, we have a situation where only one move maintains the advantage for black, and that is rook to d8. Which also is not that difficult of a move to find. But there are other options, and we have that on the board. Ding playing very, very accurately. Let's take a look at him playing it in real time. Important that black defends the d4 pawn. And it's also really useful to get that rook into the game. It's not really doing much on the sidelines, and also black is limited in terms of what they can do with the b7 pawn. Say, for example, at some point they would like to play b6, which probably would not be super appealing right now. It should be noted that b6 is not a move that really works fantastically. So if, for example, we have played knight to d2 and you're like, okay, cool, I want to firm up the a5 pawn. I don't want to allow some ideas by white playing b6. I'm going to play b6. That immediately falls into this horrible situation where you're allowed this check. And you might be saying, well, if the bishop's on c6, I could just capture it with the knight. But of course you can't because of the fact that the queen is hanging. So if knight takes, you're just losing your queen. So this is pretty important detail in this position. We are seeing the players moving quite a bit faster now. Gukesh about to make a move with the white pieces after rook to d8 on the board. And he responds in kind by playing rook to d1. Rook to d1 on the board. We're getting some action happening. And let's take a look at the analysis board and see how it's responding to this last move by Gukesh. It's not loving it. And I guess the idea with the move like rook to d1 is the fact that you still can't capture, even though the knights are attacking the d3 pawn twice. Of course, you can't take because of the similar situation where one of these knights is pinned. But the engineer just says now, well, if you play e6, say knight to d2, bishop to d6 is not that pleasant, right? These two knights are eventually going to achieve their goal of picking off this d3 pawn. And I mean, what can you actually do here? b6. So this is kind of the move that gives you a little bit of something, sacrificing that pawn. So for example, queen takes, play knight to e4. Knight to e4. Knight takes d3. Okay, fine. But now can I not capture with check the queen? Let's take a look here. If I take, is this a complete disaster? It might well be. Take with check. Yeah, queen takes d6, queen takes d6, rook takes d6, and you're just down kind of too much material here. You've sacrificed 2 pawns and it's just not really achieving anything. Okay, so let's start off instead with knight to e4 first. Knight e takes d4. Still can't take with check. Queen takes, rook takes. Yeah, there's just no advantage to be had here. You're down a pawn, but it's a really, really important pawn. And with the fact that black has these 2 central pawns intact, they're going to support each other long term. For example, e5 starts getting a little scary, but we have another move on the board and it's not the best move from Ding. Oh my goodness, guys, drama. There was a big advantage to be had. But Ding not finding the best line. And instead playing g6, preparing to get the bishop to g7. And we have our first moment that we have a mistake. And I know for one thing exactly how Ding is going to be feeling when he sees this in the post-match evaluation. Probably doing one of these. All right, back to the game. Let's spend a little bit of time looking at why exactly this move is not all that great for black. Well, I think a part of it has to do with the fact that you kind of need to strike while the iron's hot, as they say, and saying, okay, you have an advantage now, and getting the bishop out to g7 is not nearly as powerful as developing the bishop to d6. I would imagine this is why. And now we can play a4. Okay, just firming up our pawn structure on the queen side. Say h5. There's still no threats of taking, right? And this is the problem, is that these knights, you need to prepare a moment for them to capture the d3 pawn, and Ding has not done that. He needed to find, instead of g6, he needed to find e6. e6 would have gotten the bishop to d6, put pressure on the queen, and then set up this crushing blow. And right now, because of the fact that this knight is pinned, it needs to be unpinned. And the way to do that is basically defending with the bishop. The bishop is so strong on d6. And to be honest, actually, having looked at this position, this comes as a bit of a surprise. Opting for g6 so that you can defend this way. I think maybe Ding thinks that he'll still have the opportunity to capture on d3, but that might not be the case. Or it might be the case that if he does, White has sufficient compensation for this pawn. Because of the fact that maybe there are some long-term implications of developing the bishop to g7 instead of playing bishop to d6. Okay, so a4, let's say queen to b8. Or h5. Let's try h5. h5, and then b6. Can still play b6. Wow. And of course, you can't capture that pawn because of the fact that your knight's still hanging. Giving up this knight would be disastrous. So we just move forward. Queen to d6. Bishop to a3. And now we're starting to see this tempo of g6 that isn't quite as urgent in terms of bringing on threats for Ding as e6 is creating this kind of knock-on effect where White is able to develop a little bit faster, get some counterplay going with some creative moves. Specifically, b6 is actually a real thorn in Black's side, and we're starting to get some real excitement on the board. And as the time gets lower and lower, we're probably going to see that affecting the quality of the moves. I think that's inevitably what's happened now for Ding. Ding has played really, really well out of the opening, but this last move just not quite as accurate as you would have hoped if you're a Ding fan. There's still kind of a handful of moves that keep things in the balance. Knight to d2 is one of them. a4 is one of them. Knight to d2 is a little bit of a surprise because it does say, okay, cool, capture, you can take, but then I have queen to e4, right? And queen to e4 allows me to target this pawn. If you move back to c5, I can still just play b6. That's the idea, b6. You can't take because of the fact that I can take back. And you can't take b6 because of the fact that the knight hangs. So the queen needs to move to d6 or to b6. Let's say queen to d6. Similarly to what we saw before. And now queen to b1. Defending the b6 pawn. And this is pretty strange, actually. But I guess the idea is maybe we want to play a move like knight to e4. And if takes, then I guess there's a way of defending. And play knight back to c6. Anyway, the position went from being quite firmly, I would even say that, firmly in Ding's favor, to now back in the balance. Exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Okay, so knight to d2 is one move, a4 is another move. b6 now apparently is not all that great because you can still play queen to d6, knight to d2. Now f5, wow. That's also a surprise. I think here's part of the problem is that Ding's moves are no longer all that obvious. Moments ago, they were pretty obvious. This was all fantastic stuff. It's just a big surprise that he doesn't see e6. e6 screaming out to be played. I'm actually shocked that he didn't play e6. What is he concerned about, though? I just don't understand this. I mean, there are almost... Yeah, I just don't get it. I really don't understand. g6. We might see maybe in the next couple of moves more of what Ding's plans are. Obviously, I mean, does he want to play maybe h5 and then bishop to h6? Could be an idea too, but I mean, it's still like this bishop has the potential to be an absolute monster if it was on d6. And on g7, it's just really not doing much. Of course, it's defending the e5 knight. Just really puzzling to me. So strange. It's still also possible in this position for Gukesh to play. I mean, no, probably not. I think knight to d2 is a natural move, and a4 is also a natural move. Start off with a knight to d2. Still capture here. We play queen to e4, knight to c5, and b6. And this is not the easiest combination to find if you, for example, start off with knight to d2. Because knight to d2, you have to be able to realize that, oh, okay, it's fine. After I play knight to d2, yes, I'm giving up the d3 pawn. But it's okay because I'm going to be able to play queen to e4 and then b6, which is a little bit of a move out of left field. And I think in a lot of these lines, the real reason why white is able to be equal is because of the fact that b6 is possible. a4, let's try a4 first. a3. 5. Takes c5, queen takes c5, and then we can capture on b7, I guess. How is Gukesh down on time? That's a very good question, Shivam Shah asks. The reason why he's down on time is because of the amount of time he spent here. After Ding played knight to d7, Gukesh spent a huge amount of time trying to figure out what to play next. And it was also probably, I don't know how long it was, maybe 45 minutes, crazy long. And eventually realized that g3 was the best opportunity for, or chance for white to kind of try and keep things under control. And Ding played perfectly for the next 4 moves, and then just gave up his advantage after playing g6 instead of e6. e6 was the way forward, and instead of that, he chose to develop the bishop by playing g6 and then bishop to g7. And this is a 3-result game. It could be Gukesh winning, it could be Ding winning. Look at the time. With the time the way it is, it's going to be very, very, very close. Both players with a lot to do still. We're only on move 15, and we're in a situation where Gukesh will have enormous time pressure having to make a move a minute for the next 25 moves without having an increment. The one nice thing that he can count on is the fact that Ding is going to probably use all of his time too. But I think Gukesh needs to be very, very precise. And the one good thing I would say is that he's taking his time here, realizing that g6 might well be a little bit of a let up in terms of the momentum that was very much in Ding's favor up until this last move, g6, which was a mistake and has been flagged as such. Let's take a look on the board. There we go. But now it's kind of important that there are essentially 2 moves. a4. a4 is a very important move, allowing bishop to a3, getting this dark square bishop. And this dark square bishop's been pretty terrible. It's been stuck on its starting square, not really particularly helpful in any way. And it stands to reason if we play a4, bishop to a3, we're going to be able to exchange our dark square bishop for a very active piece by taking the knight on c5. A much less likely move is knight to d2. Knight to d2 just feels wrong because you're blocking the defense of the rook on d1 and essentially just allowing the knight on c5 to take. Of course, you can't take with the knight on e5 because you hang your queen. But now we have queen to e4. The knight's just going to go back. Again, protecting the b7 pawn, attacking the queen. But now we have the showstopper, b6. b6 attacking the queen. And you can't take this pawn. So let's see if Gukesh spots this very interesting line with knight to d2. Knight to d2 would be pretty wild. a4, much more natural. And we do have a4 on the board. So he's decided to go for an equally solid route. a4, allowing the bishop to come to a3. And it's still possible that we might see this b6 pawn push. What I was mentioning in the line that we were looking at is after b6, if the queen takes, then you're just giving up the knight on e5, so you can't do that. And it's very important that the queen stays on this diagonal. So for example, queen to d6. And here we have to play queen to b1. Because of course our queen's under fire and our pawn on b6 is also under fire. And this is completely equal. But instead, we've seen a4, a little easier to play. And then, basically whatever black does, things are kind of leaning more towards Gukesh now. And it's Gukesh who might find himself, if he plays quite accurately in the next couple of moves, with a little bit of an advantage. I think the expectation was from Ding was these two knights are going to be incredibly effective targeting the d3 pawn. And remember, I mean, you take that pawn, and if black can get their act together, get the bishop on g7 and castled, and be up a pawn, that's going to be very, very good news. But it seems that it's not really possible to do so without giving something up. So let's see now if we go for this. Oh yeah, now you can just capture the rook. So that doesn't work. Which I already mentioned before. I don't know why I forgot that. Okay, so let's try. What else? What other like moves just jump out at you with the black pieces here? I mean, you'd like to play bishop to g7, but then immediately I'm going to play bishop to a3, attacking this knight. Say h5. I'm just going to take. Queen takes. And then I can capture on b7. So that's not an option. So the other threat is that still we have a situation where black can't play b6. b6 is not playable at all. And in any of these positions, up until black castles. Shivam Shah says, I see a mistake incoming. 24 moves in 24 minutes. That is exactly the maths that are involved. f6 here. Okay, f6 right now? Okay, f6. Okay, so still we say we play bishop to a3. And the threat is that we want to capture the knight on c5, and if queen takes, then we can capture the pawn. And what's worse here is you still... Oh, wait. No, you can. No, you can't. You still can't play b6, because b6 runs into bishop to c6 check. Is it? Okay, so no, we take first. Okay, we take first. Queen takes, and... Oh... Does this not work now? King to f7. So this is the whole point of f6. Is so that you can actually play b6, but it's still not good. Because I'm still going to capture on c5, b takes c, and then still can't capture back. Yeah. And now I have all of the time in the world, basically, to be able to develop my knight. Okay, bishop to g2. Alright, bishop to g2, and then h5. Yeah. So f6, not the best plan in the world, but it is kind of a creative try. Okay, f6 is probably fine, provided that you don't play b6 afterwards. Okay. We're still going to play bishop to a3. We're still going to play bishop to a3. That's the plan. And then g5. Wow. That looks so weird. It looks especially weird considering that white has a light square bishop, and you're just creating all of these weaknesses on the light squares, and you don't have a light square bishop to defend either. But I guess the problem is, like, the queen's running out of squares. Okay, queen to f5, queen to d7, offering an exchange. Wow. What? Oh my goodness. This is incredible. Guys, there's a possibility for a queen sacrifice here, and not even one that leads to mate. This is insane. Okay, let's take a look at this on the analysis board. Look at this. This is incredible. Okay, so Shivam Shah recommended f6. So we're like, cool, f6. What was the line that I was looking at now? Okay, so still bishop to a3. g5 now, right? Attacking the queen. Queen moves up to f5. Black offers a trade, and actually one of the moves is queen takes on e5. And you take back, and I'm going to recapture, and now I've got two minor pieces for a queen, but I have the bishop pair, and I have a lot of potential. Knight to d2, knight to e4, and this knight can't really be challenged because of the pawn structure. Can't be kicked away. It's actually unbelievable. This would be so cool to see over the board. Wow. Wow. How cool would that be? Oh my goodness. Love to see that. All right, so in order for that particular line to happen, we need to see a lot of things go wrong, I guess, and a lot of things go right. A lot of things go wrong for Ding, and a lot of things go right for Gukesh. Queen sacrifice would be absolutely legendary. But in order for that line to happen, we have to start off with f6. And f6 is not... f6, g5, they are not natural moves. These are like very engine-y moves because they're just completely counterintuitive. All right, Ding, down to nearly just half an hour. And how many moves do they have to make? 24 moves. Gukesh is basically at a move a minute. Ding is not quite there yet, but he's not far either. I recommend f6 just to protect the knight. I didn't see the engine. Ah. Well, the problem is the knight is already protected. You can play g7, bishop to g7 to protect that knight too. All right, we are going to see a move from Ding. All right, he starts off with h5. And now we're expecting, after h5, bishop to a3. Bishop to a3, or even b6. b6 can come right away. This is exciting. Let's take a look at b6. If b6, we're challenging the queen. The queen has to come forward to d6. Of course, you can't take because of the fact that your knight's hanging. Bishop to a3 now. And now we're creating some great complications with the white pieces. Bishop to a3. And this queen is kind of pinned almost twice. I'm just trying to see knight takes. I was just looking at this now. What about knight takes on d3? Knight takes d3. Queen takes d6. E takes. And then knight to d2. And the idea, of course, is that yes, you've allowed black to capture a free pawn, but look at the pawn structure. It's pretty terrible. And also there's some other concerns that you're going to end up losing the b7 pawn if you don't play precisely. So a little bit dodgy. We're seeing some moves come hard and fast, and we do see b6 on the board. Oh my goodness. b6. And I would love to see Ding's face after this b6 move. Okay, he didn't seem... We don't have a picture of Ding. I want to see Ding's reaction. Okay, there we go. All right, it's hard to tell exactly what he thinks of that move, but I guess we'll get a little bit more of an idea depending on how much time he takes to respond to b6. He is doing the classic Ding rock and roll. But yeah, b6, I think if I was playing over the board and someone played b6, I would probably be very surprised because I don't think I would be able to find this or expect this move naturally. So really there are only two options for black. So that's the one nice thing about this position, is that the options are really straightforward. The queen needs to stay on this diagonal because it's defending the knight on e5. And there are only two squares to stay on the diagonal without losing your queen. So d6, b8. Those are your options. And pick your poison. Everything else is a train wreck. So I guess the pros of playing queen to b8 is that I guess bishop to a3 isn't quite as threatening because of the fact that you're not really... There's no longer a pin. And now the knight can just take on d3, so we don't want to do that. So this might be the benefit of playing queen to b8. But if you do play queen to b8, now we just move back. We move back, and yes, both knights are threatening to take on d3. But if, for example, we have a situation where, no, this knight takes, then we can just capture on a5. Guess both ways we capture on a5. Yeah. I was just thinking, if this knight takes, isn't there some... Oh, no, you can capture the bishop. I was thinking maybe I can play f4, but then knight takes bishop, rook takes, and doesn't really achieve anything. Yeah, so now we just capture on a5. We are able to regain the pawn that we gave up back. And basically, white's advantage, which is not insignificant, comes from having these pawns. And I guess the question I have is, what about knight takes, attacking the queen, giving up the knight? Okay, do we start off with... Okay, oh no, hold on. Let's try this. Let's see. What's the deal here? Queen to... Oh, queen to b4 check. This is the problem, is that black is actually really behind in development. And the king is exposed. I have no idea why I missed that, but yeah. Can't take this pawn. Obviously, there's this fork. So first we take the bishop, takes, and then h4. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay, so Gukesh is just a few accurate moves away from being able to build up some momentum with the white pieces. He's found b6, which is a really, really important start. And now, depending on what Ding does in terms of the placement of that queen, that'll really determine what direction things go in. From the amount of time that Ding has taken, even though it's just been a few minutes, I'm still inclined to think that maybe b6 was not on his radar. Because there's only two options, right? And I would have kind of expected him to maybe have calculated to this point, but he could just be double checking. He could just be saying, okay, cool, I know both of these moves are fine, but let me quickly do some more calculating in terms of deciding which one is best. $26 on the clock for Ding, 21 minutes for Gukesh, and just 23 moves to be played in order to reach that 40 move mark, and no increment at all. If it comes down to 1 minute left, you have to finish off those moves in that minute. And we've already seen once in this year's World Chess Championship, Ding failing to complete those 40 moves in order to get that additional 30 minutes and losing on time. Let's hope we don't see that today from either player. Not the best way for these games to get decided, but obviously time management, very, very important. Awesome move, b6. Really, really love b6. And Ding just deciding queen to b8, queen to d6. If queen to d6, bishop to a3. Creating a pin on the knight on c5. But we do have bishop to h6 now. After we played h5, the black pieces, there's this irritating move. And now the only real way out of this, I guess, is we have to either play queen to h4. It's the only move as far as I can tell. Yeah. Or we can take. So let's start off with bishop takes, queen takes c5, and then now we have queen to e4. And queen to e4 is great, centralizing the queen, putting pressure on b7. Knight to c6, blocking the b7 pawn from capture, and knight to d2. Completing development. Bishop takes d2, rook takes d2, and now the queen can take on b6, I guess. Yeah, Ding's clock really getting absolutely punished right now. 24 minutes for Ding, 21 minutes for Gukesh. I think if I had to guess, I would say that Gukesh is going to end up with more time somehow, even though he's behind on the clock so far. I feel like Ding is going to be the one who's burning a lot of time over the next 5-10 moves. But it's going to be a scramble. If you are just joining us, I would really strongly recommend watching the next 45 minutes of chess, because this is not like the game we had yesterday when it's just super boring, London, draw. This could get pretty wild pretty quickly. And especially with the time, the way it is right now. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very exciting finish to this game. Shivam Shah says, now when I see the position and lines, I feel like f6 was findable. However, g5 is tough to find. Yeah, I was just so surprised that that was even an option. I mean, it just looked so bizarre to me. That's crazy. a4. Just could not believe that f6 was a move here. a3, g5, f5. This is like just incredible that you can sacrifice your queen in this position. It's so cool. F takes, bishop takes, it's actually such a pity because this would have been a really legendary find. And what's so bad in this position is that black has a queen, but like there's just not really all that much space to be able to make it as powerful as you'd like. You still can't play b6 because of the fact you can't even prepare b6. You have to try and castle first, but the king's exposed. The material advantage is like negligible. And it's one of these situations where like they're so rare in chess where you can give up your queen, but the compensation of having the bishop pair, stuffing up your opponent's pawn structure, and just generally the fact that black is so limited in terms of options means that white has the potential to play for an advantage. It's really incredible. All right, we are down to below 22 minutes for Ding. Let's take a look at the live play. We're going to see both players really squirming in their seats in the next, especially in the next like half an hour. It's going to get really, really scary, I think, for both of them. Again, just move 17, 23 moves to play, and now both of them have less than a minute a move in a potentially very complex position. You know, when you're down to like basically, okay, not quite 10%, but like, what is it? 20% of your remaining time is left. And Gukesh is yet to really develop all of his pieces. I mean, we're expecting bishop to a3. I think he can play the next couple of moves pretty quickly, but I feel like we're going to see probably this happen where the next like 3 or 4 moves are not going to take all that much time, but then after that we're going to get kind of stuck at around move 24, 25, and then maybe both players are going to have like 15 minutes to play those remaining moves. Ding really looking uncomfortable now. He is most definitely deep in thought. All right, we do have a move on the board. He goes for queen to d6. And we see the exact line play out. Let's jump to the big picture of the players playing out these last few moves, and then we'll jump back to the analysis board. So instead of playing queen to b8, he plays queen to d6. Those were his 2 real options. Gukesh immediately responds with bishop to a3. And Ding responds in kind also, but more directly, attacking the queen on f4. And the line that we looked at in this position is simply capturing with the bishop on c5. So you're going to take black's knights on c5 with your dark square bishop. And the queen, black queen, will capture back. And now you're creating a better square for your queen to retreat to. So right now, black's attacking your queen. So you only have 1 square for that queen. You can only play a queen to h4. Otherwise, it's trapped. And we do see this tactic employed by Gukesh. He first captures on c5 and then places the queen on e4. Much better central square for the queen. Also eyeballing the b7 pawn. Let's take a look at where that leaves us in analysis. That last move, a great move from Gukesh.
Brilliant!
Well done, Gukesh. Not quite brilliant, but might as well be. We haven't had too many brilliancies in this year's World Chess Championship, so great we'll have to do today. All right, so let's take a look. We have queen to e4. And now the best way of defending the b7 pawn is by just retreating with your knight, cutting off the attack of the queen and the bishop. can follow up with knight to d2. Bishop takes, rook takes, and then queen takes on b6. And then we want to play queen to f4. Just moving back. Oh, queen to f4. Oh, queen to f3. Okay, and then castles. And I guess now this position is starting to look a little bit more equal in terms of outcome. I think if we see this kind of thing where black is kind of comfortable exchanging knights, but no, instead Gukesh said, I'm not really interested in developing my knight via d2. Instead, I'm going to play knight to a3 with the intention, no doubt, of following up with knight to c2. Wow. Okay, and now we have a situation where it's really important that black castles. So let's say rook to d7 out of curiosity. Rook to d7. Trying to keep an eye on the b7 pawn. Just play queen to e2. Okay, queen to e2 is fine. Queen takes b6. And then rook d to b1. Ah, then queen to d8. Cool. Rook takes b7. Oh, wow. This is such a cool tactic. Okay, so real quick, let me pull this up on the analysis board. This is quite a pretty line. So, for example, knight to a3 and rook to d7. What's the point of rook to d7? We're trying to keep an eye on that b7 pawn in case the knight ever moves. Then say queen to e2. Queen takes on b6. Rook d to b1, attacking the queen. Rook to queen to d8. And now you have the incredible rook sacrifice. And after rook takes rook, you end with this beautiful capture. You don't want to move your king at this point because you're going to lose your rook for free. So we recapture the exchange after you block with your rook on d7, queen takes d7. And in this position, after rook to e1, where black is very strongly discouraged to castle, although castling is the best move, we can start off with knight to b5 even. And this knight just is really well placed. And we've got a lot of pressure along the e-file. So this would be great for Gukesh. And this is where things get even more complicated because of the fact that they just don't have all that much time. And I mean, I hate to be the person that said this, but I did say before when Gukesh was the one behind on the clock that I thought Ding was probably going to overtake him on that front and have less time towards the back end of these opening 40 moves. So nice to be right for once. But if you're a Ding fan, obviously not wonderful news. Okay, so we have rook to d7 on the board. Rook to d7 on the board. So are we going to see queen to e2? Queen takes on b6, rook to b1, and then can sacrifice on b7. We do get that question mark again from Ding. Not necessarily the best move, but it's very important that we start off with queen to e2. We could also start with rook to b1, rook d to b1. All good options. Okay, let's try that. Rook d to b1. Keeping an eye on the b6 pawn, not allowing black just to take. All right, we're seeing some moves. Whoa, okay, so we have instead knight to c2. That was the whole point of the knight being on a3. But maybe there was also some ideas of it going to b5. And again, the engine not loving this move. It makes sense that we're seeing some missteps at this point. Both players realizing 18 moves, that is a lot. And I think here Gukesh kind of being okay with this move, knowing that it's not a huge blunder. Okay, it's a mistake. There's more to play for, but instead of being plus 0.6, it's now plus 0.3 or plus 0.4. It's kind of small margins that we're talking about here. But what's very, very important, and Gukesh knows this, is that he's putting pressure on Ding on the clock. And when you're in a situation where your opponent's down on the clock and needs to play some high quality moves pretty quickly, if you could find something that's okay and is not terrible, that leaves you with an advantage with the white pieces and puts the ball back in your opponent's court, putting the pressure back on Ding, it's fine. And even though the engine gives this knight to c2 move, it's a little bit dubious, I actually think it's fine. Just in terms of what the situation calls for. All right, so we have Ding capturing that pawn on b6. Now expecting rook d to b1. Is that the way to go here? Rook a to b1 or rook d to b1. Let's start off with rook d to b1. And queen to d8. Similar situation. And can we sacrifice the rook now? No, we can't. Why? Because the queen is on e4. And this is just not going to do the job. We need the queen to be out of the way. And that was the whole point of playing queen to e2. Queen to e2 would have been great because of the fact that it would have kind of strongly discouraged black from capturing this pawn. Rook to b5 is also a great option here. Rook to b5 with the intention of playing rook a to b1 probably. Then after castles, rook a to b1. Rook to queen to c8. And then h4. And yeah, this would appear to be quite reasonable for white to play, despite being down a pawn. Because it feels like that pawn that you've given up, you can always regain it. If you look at the amount of pressure that is being placed upon the b7 pawn, it becomes very, very difficult to defend that b7 pawn long term. We are seeing the players coming up with some quick moves. We started off with, is it rook d to b1? Was that the move that was played? Waiting for it to, no, rook a to b1 to similar effect. Queen's retreating. Are we going to see rook to b5 now? Rook to b5 is the best move, followed by castles for black. h4 is also okay. Rook to b2 is okay. But I think if you're going to play rook to b2, you might as well play rook to b5. Why was queen to e2 a move there? I just don't understand. The whole point with queen to e2 was getting the queen out of the way of the bishop, because the bishop is the piece that you want to take with first. So hopefully I explained that reasonably well earlier, but just a reminder. So the line was, okay, knight to a3, rook, and I think it was, I guess here still, say, not castles. Okay, so rook to d7, that was the move, and then queen to e2 now. Queen to e2, and now if queen takes b6, we play rook d to b1, attacking the queen. Queen moves to d8, and now we can capture on b7 with the rook. Takes, rook takes, bishop takes, attacking. And then at the end of this line, you can see, and all of that happens because of the fact that the queen is on e2, and it's out of the way of the bishop in order for this tactic to play out. All right, we do have castles on the board by Ding. Let's take a look at where this leaves us. The analysis board still favoring Gukesh slightly. And let's see what the, I think if I remember correctly, previously rook to e1, but no, it's different now because the rook's on b5. So let's take a look and see what the best move is for Gukesh here to try and maximize his advantage. Actually just moving the rook back. That's surprising. Rook d to b1. Oh no, sorry. Doubling on the b file. which is what we looked at earlier. That makes sense. And then rook to b8, over defending the b7 pawn. Again, it just feels like it's going to be very difficult for Ding to hold on to this. You think of the amount of heat that we have on this piece. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces potentially attacking the b7 square. And the players on the clock are down to 14, under 15 minutes with 16 moves to find. So still operating at less than a minute a move. And Gukesh plays a very surprising move. He plays knight to a1. What? I don't think I've ever seen a move like this. Knight to a1. The engine not loving it. And it appears that with this odd looking move, what's the idea with knight to a1? Well, there's only one idea, and that is to put the knight on b3. And if we put the knight on b3, it is sort of arguably a better square for the knight. You're attacking the a5 pawn. You're also attacking the d4 pawn. You're threatening to jump into c5. But I think the problem that the engine is evaluating, this is just speculation. I don't know. But I think the problem is the fact that the two rooks would like to be connected, right? So having the knight stuck in between the two of them, unless the knight is going to move immediately, just disrupts the power. And also, I guess it just allows this knight to jump in. Oh, no, I guess you can't do that. You can't play knight to b4 because then the a5 pawn hangs. Okay. So I understand knight to a1, but yeah, definitely not quite the best move. Still understandable that the players are not playing with the same kind of accuracy that they would have out of the opening, considering that the time pressure is the way it is. All right, it is getting very much to the business end of this game. Just 12 minutes on the clock. And quite a lot of chess still to be played. 15 moves. So Ding needs to make 15 moves and now is approaching 40 seconds a move. He was at a minute a move and now I think I have an idea of why Gukesh played knight to a1. And again, a move that might just come as a huge surprise to Ding. Gukesh probably realizes that he can't be much worse after knight to a1, but the shock factor, right, is huge because I'm almost certain knight to a1 was not on the cards for what Ding was expecting, at least. So yeah, if you can play a move that requires, you know, your opponent burns another 5 minutes, I mean, I've already seen this once from Gukesh where he's playing moves that are not life-changing, not super important, but just require more calculation from Ding. If he can get him below 10 minutes with 15 moves to play, it's very possible that he could squeeze some kind of big blunder out of Ding. Though we have yet to see something like that, Ding has been incredibly solid in situations just like this one. And in some instances, when he is really down on the clock, he's actually proven to play better somehow. Yeah, knight to a1, completely equal. Best follow-ups for black. E5 apparently is a fine move over here. It's kind of keeping an eye on the center. We're still going to play knight to b3. And then rook to e7. Okay. Guess the idea of jumping into the knight really doesn't accomplish all that much. Jumping in with the knight to c5. Queen to h4. Okay. Keeping an eye. And then rook e to e8. Oh wait, hold on. Rook f to e8 or rook e to e8. Let's play rook f to e8. And then, okay. Bishop to e4. Yeah, it could be the case that for the next while, the players start like kind of shuffling their pieces around. Not really trying to achieve too much, but just basically hoping to get to that 40 move mark unscathed. But I guess Gukesh is now really incentivized to keep things as complex as possible. 8 minutes left, 11 moves to be played for Ding. What did I say? 11 moves. Sorry, I'm mistaken. 15 moves to be played for Ding in just 8 minutes. Down to nearly 30 seconds a move. I have to say, the more that Ding waits, I think the more that Gukesh is going to be very, very happy with this knight to a1 move. Because he's not playing an engine, but he's playing a very human opponent who has already once in this year's World Chess Championship lost on time. Ding, of course, very accomplished in all forms of chess. He'll know that he will be able to still make moves quite quickly, provided he isn't in an objectively terrible position. All right, we do have a move from Ding. It's about to make a move with the black pieces. Let's see what it is. And whatever that move is, Gukesh is about to respond almost instantly. So I'd love to see this camera stay on Ding's face to see exactly what move Gukesh follows up with. Okay, so he starts off with rook to b1, immediately knight to b3, without any hesitation at all, Gukesh. And Ding starting to speed up in terms of the moves that he's playing. Let's take a look. Whoa, we have another mistake. And this time, one wonders if Gukesh is going to be able to punish Ding for playing e6. I think the move here was e5, if I'm not mistaken. Regardless, it was e6 that was played. And now knight to c5. A great way of jumping into the game with a knight with a tempo on the rook on d7. The rook will have to move. Okay, say rook to d6. Very strange. Really? Rook to d6? Can't you just retreat with it? Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, there's some tactics about knight takes b7. There might be. There might be, and this is, I think, the idea. Rook to d6. Because the threat of capturing on b7 is quite significant. So, for example, if you just retreat with your rook, yeah, knight takes e. Ooh, what's going on here? Wow, you can even take on e6. Takes, queen. No, not queen takes. There, you have to take on g6. Oh my goodness. All right, but no. Instead, Gukesh plays rook to b1. There are a whole bunch of tactics here. And in fact, the engine now flagging e6 as an enormous blunder. Rook to b1, missed win. There is drama happening in this game as both players approaching that 40 move mark. e6 was a big blunder. Gukesh found knight to c5, but then missed the follow-up. And what was the follow-up here? Knight takes b7 was the whole threat. And after you capture, rook takes on b7. Now we just capture on c6. Queen takes c6. And bishop takes. And now rook to a7. And although material is equal, white has a very clear advantage by having control of the b file, having these advanced pawns on the queen side. That was the missed opportunity in a nutshell. Instead, whoa, oh my goodness, no ways. What? Queen takes, oh my goodness, no ways. No ways. Guys, we have an enormous blunder. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. I missed it. I was focusing so much on that line. And the idea, oh my goodness. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on here. This is the position. Huge blunder from Ding under massive time pressure. Queen takes, right? Queen takes. And the idea here is if you capture back with a pawn, rook takes b8, queen takes b8, rook takes b8, and king to g7. Here, Gukesh just up material after that exchange. And if you take with a queen, or like if you take with a queen, then you're just going to capture, have the same situation. In fact, it's going to be worse. So just an enormous blunder from Ding. Things absolutely falling apart. I cannot believe that. That is unbelievable. And it's the first time that we've seen a huge amount of pressure being placed on Ding and him just not being able to come to the party. And you know what this means, guys? It means that the next couple of games are going to be incredibly exciting. Why? Because of the fact that Ding has to win. And we're going to see something really out of the ordinary, I think, in tomorrow's game with Ding. With the white pieces, we're not going to see his usual conservative self. I cannot believe that. How about that? Amazing. What a crazy end to the game. Good grief. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We finally have a decisive result, and all of that coming from this huge misstep from Ding. If you're a Ding supporter, that is pretty heartbreaking that that's the way that the game ends. And it is for the first time, well, not the first time. No, it is the first time that Gukesh actually has an outright lead, and Ding's chances go from nearly 50, high 50s in terms of the percentage earlier on in the game, all the way down to 20% chance of winning the overall World Chess Championship after losing that game. What an incredible series of events. Super exciting. Wow. Incredible. Okay, so to wrap things up, Gukesh is the winner for today's game, and today being the 11th day, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look at my thumbnail. Yeah, day 11. Unfortunately, the clash between Dingpool and Gukesh as Wolverine ended up with Gukesh capitalizing on Ding's lack of time management, I guess, and ultimately the big blunder of playing queen to c8, which certainly comes as a little bit of a shock in terms of the level of play that we've seen so far. And if we look at the accuracy of this game, 94% from Gukesh and 86.6% from Ding. Ding played incredibly well out of the opening, but I think a big part of the reason why he blundered there was just realizing that he was down on the clock. And yeah, I guess we'll see exactly how this plays out in tomorrow's game. Tomorrow, Ding will be playing with the white pieces, and we'll have an opportunity to see if he can make some kind of comeback. But it's definitely clear that the next couple of games are going to be very, very exciting for sure. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. That's a wrap for today. Thank you for your support as always. And I will see you guys same time tomorrow. Bye, everyone.